What's up, everyone? Normal America Show host robnoerr. Just getting off doing. Let me bitch about Andrew Wilson here for a minute. How about that? Just got off doing the Extravaganza. A lot of fun. Mystery Andrew, very professional. Always fun to do that show with them, with Jake when he's on there. So it's always a pleasure when I get to fill in. So a lot of fun there. I thought though, here's where I'll bitch and Andrew. I was like, oh, you know what I'll do? I'll just do my stream immediately after, and then you kind of chum in the audience there, bigger audience. I'll be like, hey, come over to my show immediately afterwards. I'll be streaming. And then I didn't know. I wouldn't have scheduled this had I known. Andrew's actually doing a debate right now as well. So, womp womp. Oh well, that backfired a little. But hey, who gives a shit? We all know the score, you know. All of the ugly people go over to Andrew's channel, and us handsome folk, we stay here. So, now it's no hard feelings whatsoever. People go over. Andrew, wonderful guy. I can't thank him and Mystery and Jake enough for the opportunity to let me to fill in on the show from time to time and to work with them. Great dudes. Having said that, I'm better than all three of them in every way possible, but you get it. Anyways, Normal America Show. Happy to be here. I don't know how many people we'll have watching today because of the change in time frame and other people watching other shows, but that's okay. I think it's going to be a good show. I thought I'd do some debate reviewing. That was sort of my plan. We are Rob Maxing here, so we're going to do some of that. In addition, maybe I'll save it for later tonight, but I had no connection whatsoever to the hilarious cartoon that Andrew and the Crucible and his artist, Mr. White, put out. But I'm featured in the cartoon, but I didn't have any input or anything of that nature. But a good friend of the show, one Brian Shapiro, tremendous dude. He has a radio show. I don't know if you guys knew this. He does. It's about respect. So he's boxing me in this cartoon. We didn't box. It's just a fictitious cartoon. But I'm featured in that. It was funny. And of course, that's predictably angered Brian a little. Hey, congratulations, Riss. That's good for you, man. For real. Make the most of it, Get that degree, get that money, man. So hopefully it's something you'll enjoy. I myself have a master's degree. I took my grad classes. To be frank, I thought they were a joke. I did it online. But even if you're doing, if you set a goal, for me, that was a goal. It was a goal for me to get a master's degree. Even if I'm never going to use it, which I probably won't, I was happy that it was a goal I achieved. So I hope at the very least you feel that way. So good for you, Zeris. Anyways, back to this. Someday you'll be as educated. Maybe you'll go even further and learn how to pronounce Minneapolis. Then you really got the world, by the horns. So anyways, Brian Shapiro has challenged me to a boxing match. Predictably, someone makes a cartoon of me boxing Brian and Myron and Jay Dyer boxing him, and he's like, I'll box you. Let's do a real boxing. You can't help it. You just know. What's gonna, how he's gonna respond to this stuff. It's so funny. It's just hilarious. So maybe we'll do a little of. We'll play that cartoon for y'all, and we'll do a little of that. I thought, so there's stories to talk about. We talked about, so here's one of the, let me do a little inside baseball with you. First off, my day was fantastic. Not that anyone cares, but it was great. My son is the best. I'm such a softie, right? And I only have one son, and I'm old. I'm 41. My son is 5. When I was 5, my dad was 26. I'm 41. So, when my dad was 41, I was fucking 20. Just to give you a little of the difference there. But I'll probably never have another kid, but man, there are things about being a father that just little things. Today, I always try to be there when we pick my son up from school. So it's my wife's always with us too. So there's been a handful of days that only one of us have gone. Most of the time, it's both of us. We wait outside, and he comes out, and he comes running up, and he's like, it's always like, hey, he runs up to mom and gives her a hug. And then he has his backpack and we'll take it. And he has a folder that's all the pictures he's drawn and like the stuff that he worked on for the day. And then we get in the car. It's like a big routine. Usually the dog comes with us in the car. It's great. It's fun. Today he comes running out and he gives mom a hug. And then she starts to get his backpack and she's like, "Whoa, yeah, your friend's waiting for you in the car. Your friend, our dog's name's Dorothy." He goes, "Wait." And my wife's like, "What?" And he goes, "Can I give dad a hug first?" I was like, "Yes, yes, you can." So that's a good day. I was very impressed. Uh, so good guy. Had a good time with my son today. And then I knew I was going to be doing the extravaganza. The extravaganza went well. Had a lot of fun with it. So all in all, a good day for me. Um, One of the things though that's difficult when I do the extravaganza, it depends on how it's going. Sometimes I'll do it and Mr. E or Andrew or Jake will be like, "Yep, we have all the stories already there." And so I just react to the story. Sometimes it's like, "Rob, can you bring some stories you'd like to talk about?" And that's sort of how it was today. And what becomes difficult then is, do I just recover the same stories on my show? Or is it like I assume that a reasonable portion of my audience watched me on the extravaganza? So is it boring if I talked about, the filibuster on the extravaganza to then 20 minutes later talk about the filibuster on my show? So it does present an issue of like, how much content do you got? And so I thought, well, I'll do some debate reviews of debates I haven't seen. I thought maybe that would be good. So that's sort of the plan tonight. Now I am open if people have debates that they want me to watch, as long as it's reasonable. I don't want you to send me your check this debate out of me and my college roommate arguing who's the best G.I. Joe. Probably not going to cover that. But if it's in the realm of reason, I'd be happy to cover it. I had pulled up, I went to Modern Day Debate and they'd been putting up some of the 1v5s that some people I know had. So like Andrew's 1v5, Jimbob had a 1v5, Jake Rattlesnake had a 1v5, and they're all like 15, 20 minutes segments. And I thought maybe that would be good to cover, because oftentimes what will happen is I'll try to cover one of these like 4-hour debates. And by the time my show goes 4 hours, we're only 40 minutes into the debate. Ryan versus Connor, we could probably cover that. Where is that at? Is that on Ryan's channel? I would sooner use Ryan's. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we could do that. That's no problem. My biggest defeat, you go back to the hot dog versus hamburger debate. You know what I should have said? Now I realize. So that loss was against the great Zach Gelpy. I'm a big Zach Gelpy fan. I like Zach a lot, right? And I lost that debate. I was team hot dog, and I was arguing against Zach, who was team hamburger. And I did lose. I lost the audience poll on my own channel, too. And that's how you know I really lost, because it was my audience that was voting. So I can't even be like, well, of course, I was over on Main First website, and they voted for Zach. No, it was my audience. Jimbob 19th Amendment, Pushwa. Anyways, what I should have said, what's the ultimate, how could I beat Zach Gelpy? Does anyone have any suggestions? What's the trump card I should have brought out? I debated Zach Gelpy, hamburgers versus hot dogs. What do you think? Is that because I thought about it and now I know? At least for a large portion of my audience, Zach was using AI. No, I don't think that. He probably was, but that wasn't the argument. Hot dog's more economical. Trump Epstein getting close. Not almost. There is a Trump card. I'll give you a clue. It's not so much the topic, it's who I was debating. Does that help? Does it help? What is the Trump argument that I could have utilized against Zach Gelpy in the hot dog versus hamburger debate? Oh, Naughty Charm getting close. You're thinking too. You're getting too detailed. It's a very simple argument. You know, Zach, maybe we shouldn't listen to you. What do you think? Because he's getting out? Because he's not fat now? Zach and me probably weigh about the same, so that's not going to work. You're almost there. There is something about who he is. That's right. He is a Jewish individual. Sounds like those damn Zionists are pushing hamburgers on us. The bastards. That's what I should have went with. Here we go. Netanyahu paying Zach Gelpy to come on here and convince us all to eat unhealthy hamburgers so the Zionists could take over the fucking country. That's what I should have done. Did reverse massage say Zionism? Did I miss that? Oh, yeah, you said it way up. Yeah, see? Yeah. Well, you're right. That was the argument. So there you go. If you're considering purchasing a hamburger or a hot dog tonight, just know there's a good chance the Zionists are pushing the burgers. There'd have been a solid section of my audience who would have been like, makes sense, makes sense. Ever since they murdered Charlie Kirk, they've been pushing hamburgers. I see the connection. Most of those airplanes that were following Erica Kirk around actually had hamburger advertisements on the side. So there you go. You know. I hope Zach sees this in the future. So, Cool Vic, are you still here? I saw you were in the chat earlier. So let's see if our friend Cool Vic's here. I have something to say to Cool Vic as well. Lobster, good to see you, man. Last time I saw you, I was chasing you out of the channel. I'm glad you're here. Sorry, a little ornery. As we wait, that is true. Hebrew National. Do you think Zach would have fired back with like, "Oh yeah, really? Hebrew National"? It'd been a good stuff. Good stuff. As we're waiting to see if Vic's here, Rockets Red Glare, thank you so much for the $5. Says Bianco can win California. Hear me out. He's leading with Latino voters. Source David Bender Research Poll. California's the second most Latino state. It'd be a huge victory. Huge victory. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you so much as always, my friend. And the great Robert Whaley, $2 says, remember, Rob, there are no cartoons in Vegas. That is true. Vic maybe popped in and left. Okay, well, Vic, if you watch retrospect, I did see some of your videos that you've put out there recently, and I just want to say thank you for covering a topic that I'm not talking about much. I know there's a lot of scuttlebutt from other channels that would like to see my channel's downfall about why I have been pretty tight-lipped about the lawsuit that I'm facing. I don't think it's prudent at this point to talk much about it. That's it. But other people are going to talk about it. That's fair enough. And their conspiracies as to why I'm potentially not talking about it just doesn't feel prudent to talk about it much at the time. So, but things will eventually come out about it in due course. So that's it. It's no big secretive, crazy shit that's going on or anything of that nature. So I saw Vic was covering some other streamers that were talking about it. Just want to say, yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, it's no secret or anything of that nature. I think most people would understand the utility of if people are getting litigious that sometimes it's not the best to talk about the things in public. So that's all. And also, Big Hamburger, the Zionist of Big Hamburger, told me I'm not allowed to talk about it. So you can imagine how difficult that makes things. There's no more intimidating force than Big Hamburger working with Netanyahu. So, Tigera, $10. Brian Shapiro versus Jay Dyer debate reaction. It's comical. Jay doesn't even do politics and still won. We could do that. The only reason I didn't include that as a possibility was I thought a lot of other people covered that one, but I could cover it and give my impressions on it. That's fine. I have not seen it, so that would be fine. I can't get the temperature right in here. The air conditioner was on and it felt too chilly. Then I turned it off, and now I'm feeling a little warm. Let's do that. Okay, let's see if I can find that debate. I assume that would be on Jay's channel. Would you believe I only ever interacted with Jay once, and it was for like 3 minutes? Doesn't that seem weird? Okay, someone's going to have to send me the link because I see Jay's reaction to the debate, but I don't see the actual debate. And I don't want to cover Jay's reaction to his debate. That'd be a little, even for me, a little much, you know? So if someone wants to send it on Discord, if they have a link to that, I would happily just put it in the general chat in Discord. Yeah, Aquays nails it. He says on the Discord there, he says, I notice when Rob retweets, he usually brings up the things for the show that night. That's exactly. Sometimes I'll even like and retweet stuff that I disagree with because that's sort of my way of bookmarking it so that I know later in the night if I'm bringing up the show. It's on the Pushing the Limits channel. Okay. Let's check that out. Pushing the Limits. Okay, there it is. Sean Kelly hosted it. Okay. Yeah, okay. We could do that. Stretching the Limits, superior show. I agree. Maybe we'll do a little Stretching the Limits later today. Who knows? But yeah, that's exactly what I use X for. I don't put a lot of original stuff on X anymore. I used to go through and like post out a lot of my thoughts, very rarely. And I got to be honest. Let me shit on Elon for a moment. Not really. I think X is way better now than it was. But it is hard to get traction on X if you're actually trying to like make nuanced opinions, putting out your own stuff. It seems that the way to get recognized on X is just to crib other people's shit and have like vague post rage baiting shit. Seems like that's usually the way to go. Not to say that everyone that's popular is that, but it seems that you got to strike lightning in the bottle or already be very popular otherwise. And I found myself just engaged in like back and forths with people on X that were not productive. Going, and all the bullshit that people do, just reposting their own shit, starting new threads. It's hard to follow. So I don't post a lot of stuff there. What I use it for now is sort of a source to read stuff and then mark stuff so that I could then use later for my show. So that is what I use it most for. Vic says, just reminds us what you had to say. No problem. Sucks you have to deal with this. Hope everything goes well for you guys. Just dumb how certain people couldn't understand why you can't talk publicly about it. Yeah, it is not something that I'm concerned with in the least bit. I've already said my opinion. I find it to be incredibly frivolous, and it's a shame that people have decided to take petty online drama especially when, in my opinion, worse has been done by other people and decide to get litigious with it. But fair enough. That's the world we're in. So we'll leave the courts decide it out. I'm not too worried about it. So I'm not going to be talking about it a lot until things progress to a point where it seems comfortable to talk about it. As of right now, I guess you'll all have to be on the edge of your seats. So yeah, X, it's hard to get traction over on X, in my opinion now. Now, maybe other people have had luck with it, but I felt like all of the time I was putting on X, I mean, there was a time where I was putting shorts on X every day. No traction, no traction, no traction. So it's like, well, why put the time into it then? So that's true. Chair's never on the edge of his seat. Totally true. So all right, well then by popular demand, oh, thank you. I'm glad, Kovic. You thought it was funny. Yeah. Um, we'll look at the Jay Dyer Brian Shapiro debate. Now, a couple things to say before I get into this debate. I have not seen even 1 second of this debate. None. I saw that Jay had posted some stuff on X. I didn't watch the clip though, but I saw that it looked like he was sort of clowning on Brian, but that may not be the case. Oftentimes, the person who's debating thinks they won, and sometimes that's not the case. You know, you say the same of me. So, that's, you know, I'll try to keep an open mind. I like doing the debate reviews. The problem is I'm very talkative. So a lot of people will do a debate review and it'll be like, let's say they review 30 minutes of a debate. Them showing that 30 minutes plus their commentary may end up making that 45 minutes. So in other words, for every 1 minute of debate they're watching, they're commenting 30 seconds. Usually it's the opposite with me. Usually for every 1 minute I'm watching, it's like 3 minutes of commentary by me, which makes it very difficult to get through a debate. Because if we're going to watch a 2.5 hour debate, that's probably going to be a 5.5 to 6 hour video for me to get through the full 2.5 hours. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and we'll go from there. Maybe I'll skip through some pleasantries. Hey, thanks for being here, shit like that. And we'll try to get into the meat and potatoes. Other thing to say is this. Why should you watch me review a debate? Well, I was a debater in college, a policy debate. I was pretty successful. I qualified for the National Debate Tournament, which is one of the top 72 teams in the country. And so I was pretty good. And then I became a coach and a judge. I coached simultaneously while judging debates and was pretty good at that too. Coached a team to a novice national championship, which isn't as prestigious as you may think, but it sounds good. So I have experience trying to judge debates. And one of the things you try to do as a judge is acknowledge that you have a bias and you have things that you prefer in a debate, but also try to limit it to the ability where you're trying to give some sort of fair, kind of less subjective review of the debate. Now, it's impossible. I'm biased. In this debate, I'm going to be doubly biased. One, because I happen to share Jay Dyer's worldview much closer than I would share Brian Shapiro's worldview. And secondly, because as an individual, I like Jay Dyer. And me and Brian Shapiro have well, he asked to see my penis type relationship, whatever you want to call that. So, a little weird. A little weird. So, there you go. I can't promise we'll make it the whole way through the debate. I do want to thank and make sure that I push the actual video that I'll be watching, and it is from Brian Shapiro's channel. So, regardless of what you think of Brian and how well you think he did in this debate, if you do like what you're seeing, go over there and give a thumbs up or a comment in his video. Don't be brigading or any shit like that, especially in my name. But I always do, even if it's someone that I don't really get along with, I do appreciate when I use someone else's material to try to push people in that direction. So there is the link to the actual video we'll be looking at. And then away we go. Let's just start. We'll go for a while, then we'll read super chats. Let me read any super chats that I have first. Robert Whaley, $5 says, I couldn't help but notice Brian Shapiro didn't challenge Myron to a boxing match. I think Jake was like, Jake was an actual boxer. He's like, I'll box. Yeah, that sounds racist. Is that what's going on? Brian Shapiro won't share the ring with a black man? Tisk, tisk. That sounds very bad. Mr. Smith for $5 says, I sent you a photo and you still haven't rated my man boobs. What's the holdup? Sorry, it's been very busy here. And then, I forgot. I got shut down on Rumble there, so I got to check. Rumblers, I'm so sorry. Nice to see you over there, Rumblers. Thank you. All right. We'll definitely read all super chats by the end of the night. We'll try to read them in a reasonable time as they come in. Let us begin the debate. I don't even know what the topic is. It just says live debate, Jay Dyer versus Brian Shapiro. We're going to take off. We don't need to see that. Okay. Like I said, I like hearing the opening statement, so I do want to hear those. But if there's pleasantries at the beginning, like I said, I haven't watched this. We may skip through those pleasantries. So.
We're live. Okay, guys, got another debate for y'all today. We got Brian Shapiro, Jay Dyer, both have been on the show. Thanks for coming, guys, in person. Let's make this thing happen. So we're going to talk about Trump today, Iran, and Alex Jones. I know Brian wanted to talk about Alex Jones, but
absolutely.
You want to lead this thing off with Alex, Brian?
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for being here, man. Nice to meet you. I've seen some of your stuff on social media.
Brian, stop. Jay just doesn't look the same without the sunglasses on.
I'll be honest with you. What we do is probably a little different, right? As we were talking off the air, you debate. You've been doing this for 25 years, right? Long time. I've been doing radio for almost that long, but my show is more of the last 24 hours.
He does radio. Did you guys know that? I don't know if you knew this. Brian Shapiro has a radio show. 100,000 people a day watch Brian Shapiro's radio show. So, Robert Whaley, thanks for the $5, says, yes or no, chubby? Yes or no, chubby. Punctuation is important. That's right.
Talking about news of the day and that sort of stuff. But all right, let's start. I wanted to start off by asking you about something because I know you're friends with Alex Jones, right? And I know this is probably something where we'll get into it a little bit. But
bullshit.
Well, I come from Connecticut. I was raised in Connecticut, and obviously where the Sandy Hook shooting was.
And so already, let's start by saying this. Of course, it's going to be a debate, as in two people that are disagreeing on something and each arguing their point of view. But notice how right out of the gate you can see, what's the topic? It's just like Alex Jones, Trump. That's fine. You could have productive discussions and debates like that. But oftentimes what happens is, if you don't have a clearly outlined topic, it's easy for people to talk past each other. Now, full disclosure, in my debates with Brian, that's been the case anyways. Even if we had more stable stuff, for example, that was sort of how my debate with him on his radio show, the first one I did, was set up. It was just like, we'll just talk about some policies of Trump. And we knew we would disagree. Perfectly reasonable. But the one thing we didn't want to talk about, according to Brian, was ethics. Like ethical considerations. Okay. And of course, Brian immediately starts off, how could you justify voting for Trump, which is an ethical question, right? So I feel like probably it would play more to the strengths of an audience hearing a more direct clash to have an actual outlined topic. Like, maybe the topic on Alex Jones' portion would be Alex Jones is a grifter, or Alex Jones is wrong about X, or Alex Jones is a horrible person for the Sandy Hook, et cetera, et cetera. Those sorts of things. Leah Bobia, thanks so much, says, slipped a gift in on general Discord. Oh, look at this. All right. We'll bring it up real quick. Let's see. I could save this. Not very professional of me, but who cares? Let's bring it up. Thank you so much, Leah, for the membership as well. That's pretty good. Here we go. Overlay. Okay. We'll add this for everyone to see. Give it 1 second. All right. Leah presents this for everyone. It's Line Crime Brian Bingo. I'm so popular. It's very good. Oh, this is a radio show. Yep, we already heard that. There you go. So keep your bingo card ready. Go ahead. You can feel free to join in. Thank you, Leah. Very funny. Good stuff. All right. We'll just leave it up. No. We'll take that down. But now who knows? I think this is a mismatch, both in my bias and in my best. If I'm talking about quality of debaters, I think Jay's a very good debater. Now, Jay's usually debating more of religious or philosophical topics than straight policy. So we'll see how it goes. But I feel that at the outset of this feels like it'll be a mismatch for Brian here. But I will certainly try to highlight when I think he makes good points. So the first thing I notice here, seriously, is the lack of sort of a clear-cut topic. And if this is just going to be, well, I don't like Alex Jones, I think he's a piece of shit, you can see how this could quickly get into meandering territory. But let's proceed and see what happens.
And I say to myself, and I've interviewed his ex-wife. That's kind of irrelevant to this conversation. And I've had private conversations with her, but I've also interviewed some of the parents who have lost their children, 8 and 9-year-olds that were decapitated. And Alex Jones made their pain worse. And I thought what he did was reprehensible. And then he used the excuse of psychosis, which I think is utter bullshit. He knew that shooting happened. He's not a stupid guy. And he only lied about it on the air with his huge platform and said that they were actors. You know what he said. And he only did that for clicks and money. And you're making the pain.
Now, fair enough. He's outlining a case, right? One thing I will criticize Brian a little here is the way he's talking here. It makes it difficult. You want to be clear, like the point you're trying to make, particularly at the outset. Normally, if you have a clarified topic, one of the big mistakes that I see from people is they don't take advantage of that opening statement. Your opening statement should be your outline for the debate. It should make it clear to the audience, here is what the general points that are going to be made are. And this is even more true if you're speaking first. We would say that means you're the affirmative. You're affirming the topic. You want the audience to know, I have a pretty good idea of the general argument here and sort of the direction that this debate's going to go. A little harder on the response side, the negative side, because until you hear that affirmative, it's difficult for you sometimes to know exactly the direction they're going to take the debate. What are they affirming and that you can negate? So sometimes, but even still, the negative should be attempting to do that as well. So Brian here, we don't have a topic, so that makes an opening statement not as official and therefore a little more difficult to have, I guess. But you should still be trying to do that. And already Brian sort of is jumbling thoughts together in a way that's sort of confusing to me. And so, for example, he's like, well, you know what he said. Well, I think I know what he said, but maybe you think he said something different. Or maybe you're criticizing things he said that I was unaware that he said. For this to be the first and presumably one of the most important criticisms you're going to have, and to just throw something out like that, well, and that's not to be a dick. I think I'm 95% sure I generally know what Brian's talking about, but I could easily see how later in the debate, Jay could be like, well, wait a minute, I don't think he exactly said that. And Brian be like, yes, he did. And then all of a sudden it becomes a point of contention, which means that the lack of clarity at the beginning here is going to lead to confusion further down the road. In addition, he sort of combines two things, and I'm not sure what he's trying to say here. He says Alex blamed it on psychosis. That may be true. I don't know. Fine. I don't have a problem with him making that claim. But then he's like, and he did it for money. Now, is he claiming Alex admitted, I did this because I wanted money and because of psychosis? Or is he claiming Alex said he did it because of psychosis, and it's my belief that he just did it for money? Do you see? Now, listen to me, it's like ambiguous what he's saying here.
And then he used the excuse of psychosis, which I think is utter bullshit. He knew that shooting happened. He's not a stupid guy. And he only lied about it on the air with his huge platform and said that they were actors. You know what he said. And he only did that for clicks and money.
So listening again, it sounds like he is differentiating. Alex blames psychosis, but Alex didn't admit I did it for clicks and money. Okay. But you can see already how it's just sort of like, it's a very, I'm not saying that there's a problem with the amount of information Brian's giving here. He's making his case. This is what I don't like about this particular situation with Alex Jones. Fine. But you could do it in a clearer way. Here is exactly the things he said I didn't like. Here's exactly, he said that he was going through like some sort of psychosis. He said this at one point, like in his deposition, something like that, that's more stable. Because right now it's like, well, you know what he said, and he blamed psychosis, and he just did it for money, and he's smart, he knew. And it just seems like flimsy ground. It seems like when the opponent starts to say, okay, let's take these claims one by one, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation. Now, the bias, I have to admit my bias, I have noticed when I've seen Brian debate and when I've interacted with him, and I've told him this to his face, he's oftentimes has a quantity of arguments. But when you try to delve beneath a surface level, just sort of talking point, oftentimes he loses, he has no interest in that. Just move on. So we'll see what happens here.
And you're making the pain of parents, like I said, some of whom I had to talk to and interview, and my heart goes out to them, and I'm sure yours does as well. And he called them actors, and he made their pain worse. And I find only a reprehensible, despicable human being would do what Alex Jones does. Now, he is a conspiracy theorist, and I understand he says a lot of batshit crazy stuff, but if you don't hurt somebody by doing that, then I don't have a problem with it. You could think 9/11 was an inside job, and you could, fine. If you're not hurting anybody, but he hurt those people who are already.
I mean, but if I said 9/11 was an inside job, couldn't it be conceivable that someone who lost a family member on line at 9/11 could be hurt by that claim? They might say, I'm personally offended by that, right? So, a bit subjective. But I get the general point that Brian's trying to make here.
Grieving the loss of their children. And I'm wondering how you could be friends with somebody who does that. It's unbelievable to me that he would even do something like that and then blame it on psychosis.
Now, again, I see a pattern here, right? Every time I see Brian debate, it follows the same pattern. Here's sort of a meandering objection I have to someone. Now, my question to you is, how could you like that? How could you like that person? So when he debates Andrew, the first time it was, how could you ethically support Trump? Then he debates me, same question. And he even said, I asked this to everyone. Now this is his big opening salvo. How could you ethically be friends with Alex Jones? He did this one thing I don't like. It's sort of a silly argument. In a political front, I understand it more. How could you vote for this guy that did X? That's a fair argument, right? Of course, the problem is that it's easy to say, well, because even though X is bad, there are other things that I thought made him better than the opposition. Democrats could say that as well. For example, I could turn around and say the same thing. And I did. Andrew took his debate with Brian Shapiro and decided to take it to sort of like a foundational ethical level. Well, before we make judgments on people's ethics, we have to come to an agreement on what ethics are. Where do you get your ethical foundation? I'll tell you where I get mine, my religion. So here's how I'm able to justify voting for someone given my ethical foundation. What's yours? And of course, Brian struggled. He couldn't give his ethical foundation. For me, I decided to take the debate in a different direction because I'm not one to argue philosophical concepts as much. Not as good at it, and I'm more of a fucking meathead, right? I'm usually arguing more in the normative style of debate. So the strategy I took was, there's a bunch of heinous accusations about Biden, right? Yeah. Okay, but how could you ethically vote for him? Well, because I didn't believe those, or because I think Trump's worse. Right. That's how people support Trump. They don't agree with the things you're saying that are horrible impugnings of his characters or his policies, or they do agree to some level, but they're like, but I still think the other side was worse. That's how we ethically vote. Here, it's even more cloudy because when you're asking, now I don't know Jay's relationship to Alex Jones. Right now, all I've heard is Brian claim that they're friends. That may or may not be true. I don't know. We'll see what how the response comes in from Jay. But let's take it at face value that's true. Do you know how many of my friends, if you knew everything about their life, you could point to and say, look at this shitty thing that person did once. How could you be friends with them? And my response is going to be like, but I've done shitty things. Yes, there is a level of things being so shitty that I probably wouldn't be friends with someone like they're a serial killer. Got it? Right? Okay. But they believed and pushed a conspiracy that offended some people. I'm sorry, that doesn't broach the point of, well, I can't be friends with you then. Do you think it harmed Russian Americans when for 4 years the Democrat argument was that Trump was basically a spy for Vladimir Putin? So could I say, how could you ethically be friends with anyone that's a Democrat that believed that? Or how about those that believed in lockdowns? How could you ethically be friends? Or any other litany of things that I could talk about. So, of all the things to debate about, this seems, this is it. You get a platform, we're going to have a normative debate, and your first question is, how could you be friends with this dude? I don't know if Jay knows this, but I've heard Brian Shapiro talk in a friendly manner about Don Lemon. I thought maybe he said he was friends with Don Lemon. He certainly has Don on his show a lot and agrees with him. Don's accused of groping a man against his will. How could you be friends with him, Brian? See how stupid that sounds? What's the productive nature of that? It just drags the debate. I think there is a topic here that's ripe for disagreement. What do you think about Alex Jones? The ethical nature of the comments he made about Sandy Hook. Fair enough, right? But how could you be friends with him? It just, right out of the gate, it seems like it's leaning us into drama right out of the gate. So I hope that the ship could be steered correctly, but not my favorite opening here.
Like, how could you square up and be friends with somebody like that? Because I don't know you. I've never hung out with you. I'm just asking, like, how can you be friends with somebody who did that? And are you willing to call that out?
Well, I think Alex himself has called that out. Alex has admitted that he made a huge mistake. I remember at the time when the trials were happening, one thing that I noticed in a lot of the examinations and the prosecution questioning was there seemed to be quite a bit of laxity when it came to vetting the guests, and that was hammered home with multiple people that produced the show. And the way that I'm sure the way that media works, especially for high-profile people, is that a lot of that is farmed out to people that work for you to vet the guests and whatnot. So I think there was some significant failures, mainly with vetting people like Wolfgang Halbig, people that ended up being, I think, probably con men. And Alex was lax in that. I think that was a huge mistake. I think that there is precedent not for what happened at Sandy Hook, but for the idea of government being involved in types of things like that, like the Operation Gladio, for example. That's a publicly declassified document.
I get that, but the government, as you know, wasn't involved in.
I'm just saying.
So, the answer there, I presume, and this is me making a presumption. Jay didn't say, "Hey, I'm not friends with Alex," so I'll take it at face value that Brian's correct in that information. And unless we hear otherwise in this debate, I think that that's fair game. So, Jay starts with somewhat of a concession. It's like, yeah, Alex was wrong for that. And I think Alex has apologized, and he outlines, he preempts, well, how could he be wrong? And his first preemption is, well, he had lax standards in who he brought in as credible guests. And that sort of ended up harming the ultimate conclusions that Alex came to, because he was bringing on people that probably were con men. So what he's doing here, he's saying, look, you're making it seem as if, and this is all going unsaid, but this is the implicit strategy. By the way, strategy sounds, now you can see, like, already why putting it in the context of how you could be friends, already it seems weird, because now instead of talking about like debate strategy, like should we support tariffs or reject tariffs, now it's how could you be friends with this person? So to even call it a strategy seems a bit, I don't know, scummy, It's just like, oh, my strategy and how I defend my friendship. But for the sake of analyzing a debate, I guess that's the word I'll use. He's saying, let me explain to you how you could do what Alex did, not because you're an evil piece of shit, but because you made mistakes. And I think that's totally fair. I certainly have believed stuff and said stuff that would have been disparaging to groups of people in the public sphere, in politics, that could have offended some people. And it turns out I was wrong. Okay? But that I didn't do it because I'm an evil piece of shit. Not in my mind. And I'll be able to explain. Here's where I think I went wrong. You know? So that's what Jay's doing. He's saying, like, look, your implication is Alex did this one thing I didn't like, so therefore, how could anyone ever be friends with them? And, you know, right now what Jay's saying is like, look, yeah, I didn't like that. But Alex agreed he fucked up, and here's how it happened.
I said there's precedent for that,
Understand, yeah.
which is why Alex would have had, in his mind, legitimacy to question certain topics. So,
but why would you question that, though? Why would you question a school shooting hours after innocent children are killed?
Because if Operation Gladio includes public shootings at places like malls or perhaps even schools, there's no reason why you couldn't question.
But wouldn't
that.
you question it if there was some sort of evidence to prove, like the 2020 election? I mean, Trump.
All right, now, two things. One, what's the implication that Brian's trying to say here? That a horrible shooting of something like that involves children we can't question? I mean, think of the implications of this. Am I allowed to question if Israel says that Hamas killed people in a school in Israel? Am I allowed to question it? Am I allowed to question if people in Gaza say that Israel killed a bunch of children in Palestine? Am I allowed to question that? What's the level of when I'm allowed or not allowed to question? Right? That's the problem. Here's the thing. Like, this is sort of there are two different, like, sort of ways to look at this. There is the legal aspect, right, on what we should be allowed to question. The answer is free speech, baby. It's important. But there's also the ethical. Yes, I agree. There are times that people go too far. And they'll say things that oversell and could be very disparaging to a person without proof. Let me see if I can find an example. Something like this. Oops, sorry. This is Pushing the Limits with Brian Shapiro. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He says the R-word PDF in the Epstein files should be in the White House. Ha ha ha. He's calling Trump a PDF. Now, if that's not true, that's a very serious accusation. It could be very damaging to someone. Where is his proof? Where's Brian's proof that Trump is a PDF? I've asked him this, and he's said things of this nature many times before. Should Brian be allowed to question whether or not Trump committed these crimes? Or should we say, you don't have proof, you shouldn't be allowed to question it? Now, Brian arguably going further there into pure defamation, accusing someone of one of the most heinous crimes without evidence. But see how it's very selective for Brian here? Well, for him to do that, he would say, well, totally justified. And the principle, if we take out the rank defamation and we just say, should you be allowed to question official narratives and whether or not government's complicit in it? Of course. Because the damage of the opposite would be far worse, to say no. We can't question. If we come to the point, is it ever possible that you could conceive of a government harming children, killing people in a school, and trying to cover it up? Of course that's possible. And if we say, but you could never question it, What makes those outcomes more likely to happen? Maybe not today, maybe 30 years from now, 40 years from now. And by the way, my guess is people like Brian Shapiro that really hate Trump would say they wouldn't put it past a Trump administration to commit some sort of heinous act like that. So imagine saying, but you're not allowed to question the official narrative if that would occur. You see the problem? So that's issue one, right? It's like, well, why would you question that? Because we can. I don't have a problem with it at all. I think there are levels to this. When you start saying Jim Smith over there, whose little boy Danny was killed, I think Jim's a liar. I don't think Danny was killed. That's fucked up if you don't have proof. But if you say, I'm not buying the full story that we're being told by the government here, I think other nefarious actors could be involved, I don't see why you shouldn't be allowed to say that. At all. And I know that Brian believes that because if it comes to questioning official stories of tragedies coming out of the Trump administration, he'd be the first to do it. And he's right to be skeptical. We should be skeptical of institutions in power and official narratives. Jay brings up Operation Gladio. It's happened in the past where there's been lies about shooting, and our government's covered it up for political or intelligence reasons. Now, next, what you'll see is right out of the gate, like I was trying to stop it there, and then Brian started to chime in. He immediately jumps to the next thing, right? So instead of being like, okay, Operation Gladio, what exactly was that? How's that have to do with this school shooting? He's just like, yeah, but why would you question this? It's like the 2020 election. See, now we're just going to move on to the next thing.
Trump still says it. I'm sure we can get into that, but it's like when, listen, if people have ideas or opinions, they're entitled to that. That's fine. But like I said, I'm not someone who's trying to censor free speech. But at the same time, when you say things that can hurt people, I know you're not a fan of Candace Owens. Neither am I. Okay, we both would agree on that. I'm friends with Tim Pool. He said some things about her that I actually agree with.
Is that on that? There we go. I was on Tim Pool's on the bingo card. I'm friends with Tim Pool. I'm sure there's a section on here for my friends, my conservative friends. Again, he says all the, and this is always the problem I have with Brian. Okay, you're going to take this like, I'm on my soapbox. How dare people say things like this? And he's literally on his social media calling Trump a PDF with no proof. He just says it. And so it's like, maybe you're not the right messenger for this, Brian. Maybe you should take your own advice here.
But to me, Alex Jones does what Candace Owens does, which is say things that you know are not true. You know are not true. Alex Jones knew that innocent children were murdered. He knew that those weren't actors. They're dead. And yet
that speaks for the operation of the mind. And I'm not so sure that's the case. Now, he may be right. The problem is, I don't know what Alex Jones said. And again, this gets back to, remember at the beginning when Brian said, you know what Alex said. Maybe Jay does, and maybe they have a mutual understanding here. But I'm not quite sure. Did Alex say no children were killed? Did he ever say that? Maybe he did. I don't think that Alex knew that was a lie. I think Alex probably believed the stuff he was saying. My criticism, and I think Alex has spoken to this to a degree. By the way, I'm a big Alex Jones fan. Imaginarium says, I don't believe so. I think he said some of the parents were actors. Okay. I think that the problem is there are legitimate, what we call conspiracy theories out there. There are nefarious actors in powerful positions that have schemes and plots that are unethical to benefit themselves to the detriment of members of the public. That exists. Everyone would agree with that. If you believe insider trading occurs, that's sort of a conspiracy theory. But it exists. We know that that exists. The problem is, sometimes what happens is, once you get involved, you keep going further down a rabbit hole till all of a sudden everything looks like a conspiracy. So something as simple as like, oh, we had a bad blizzard this year. That's HARP. That's because the government's messing with the ionosphere, specifically targeting blizzards to these specific areas. Now, maybe that's true. The HARP exists, and maybe they do mess with the ionosphere. But seriously, every single weather event was created by the government? Every shooting that makes it into the national radar was set up by the government? I just don't think that's the case. But once you start to get in that mode, okay, school shooting, clearly the government set it up. Clearly the government's hiding things. And the problem is, that's not always the case. But I don't think that Alex knew that he was bullshitting. I think that Alex believed it. I mean, this is a guy who goes on Joe Rogan and talks about interdimensional vampires sucking the souls of children and demons. And I don't think he's that good of an actor. In fact, I think Alex Jones suffers from something I do, which is maybe he wears his heart in his sleeve a little too much. I don't think he's faking it. I think that's really what it is. You might say, you're fucking delusional. You have no evidence for the shit. You're just believing it on a wink and a prayer, and that's bad. But the specific claim here that Alex knew he was lying, I don't believe. I'd like to see evidence to that claim. So I've yet to hear evidence of Alex specifically saying that no children were killed, and I'd like to see evidence that he has, that he would point to, that he knows that's a lie. So.
That he went on the air and called them actors. Those family members, as you know, were threatened. They had threats to their life. He knew that those children were dead. He knew that those families were grieving. I have an issue not necessarily with conspiracy theorists, but conspiracy theorists like Candace Owens and like Alex Jones that say things knowing they're not true and knowing that they will hurt people. Alex Jones' comments at times, not just the Sandy Hook shooting, hurt people. And I find that only a despicable human being would profit off of something like that. I'm glad that he has to pay out that money. Like I said, I've had private conversations with his ex-wife. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's not true. That's why I'm not going to share the conversations I had with her. Mm-hmm. But what I do know is I could never associate myself with somebody like that. Mm-hmm.
Could you associate yourself with someone who calls people a PDF without evidence? Because that's you, Brian. Can you look in the mirror and do that? And again, this soapbox, wow, this moral superiority, what a load of shit. Just an absolute, like, it just reeks of like, well, my ethical standards I could never associate with someone like that. I mean, do I need to see if he's had anyone on his channel and been friendly with them that claims that Trump faked getting shot at in Butler? What would his response to that be? It's just so stupid. This is what we're debating about? All right, let's keep going. How could you be friends with this guy? Okay.
It's good to have differences of opinions. We probably have a lot of different opinions on I think that's great. Mm-hmm. That's what makes America great. But I think Alex Jones is a scumbag. And by the way, I met Alex Jones. He is a different person off the camera. He doesn't have, in my opinion, that persona or, hey, was that good? Was this good? I mean, I don't know. I don't.
I've never met Alex Jones, but I know many people that have, and they've told me quite the opposite. That Alex is basically what you see is what you get. So this is the first I've ever heard this claim about Alex Jones, that off camera he's markedly different. Thank you so much to Novotic. $5 says inconsistencies in logic because of emotional tendencies. Of course. Exactly. All right, let's keep going.
I don't think he's a good person, and I'm not saying guilty by association. I'm not trying to make that argument, but I just can't fathom or understand how anybody could hang out with a guy like that who literally made
that would be guilt by association.
Well, I'm just trying to understand how anybody, not just you, but anybody would be okay associating. And you host on that network. Right. Like, I just don't understand.
Well, again, so that'd be like saying anybody involved in media who's involved with anybody that's made a mistake in media.
I don't think that's a mistake. You know what I think a mistake is, Jay?
Well, but how do you prove that it's not
a mistake? Is locking your keys in your car.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that after this shooting happened, where body bags were taken out of that school, that Alex Jones legitimately believed that those 8 and 9-year-olds were actors. That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
No, I think that Alex legitimately believed that there was a variety of options that you could have.
He called them actors, Jay.
No, I understand that, but that's after having people on who were not properly vetted, like Wolfgang.
Now, I believe he called the parents act. Maybe he called the kids actors pretending to be dead bodies as well. That seems to be what Brian's saying here. But again, we haven't had clarity on exactly. We just hear he called them actors. Who? The children? The parents? And would it be possible that there's a shooting that maybe 7 kids are killed at or something? We're just doing a hypothetical. Tragic. And you have 7 sets of parents that are all grieving. But set 9 and 10 come out and say, oh, we too lost a child. And they're grieving. And they're being filmed to push a certain narrative. It's possible. That doesn't mean that you're saying, I don't believe any children were shot. Now, full disclosure, I don't know. Maybe Alex Jones at one point said, maybe no kids were killed. I don't know. But I've yet to hear any proof whatsoever that Brian's offered that shows that Alex knew he was lying.
He has a lot of people on InfoWars that have zero credibility.
I actually agree that everybody who does media, for the most part, I'm not talking about you, Sean, you. No, I'm just saying. Everybody in media has people on because it's media. You know, it's about.
But it's our responsibility to push back at those people.
I agree that, and I think that
Brian, again, what, people like this guy? Push back against those sorts of people that are saying those things? Like yourself, Brian? I mean, to stand on your soapbox, he's not even accusing Jay of lying and grifting. His criticism of Jay is, I think Alex Jones did that, and you hang out with him. How could you do that? Brian himself is doing these sorts of things. So you don't even have to go to the level, but Brian, you brought on this person. Brian did a show not long ago and was very chummy with Destiny. Need I bring up some of the comments Destiny's made? How could you associate with someone like that? You see the issue? But we don't even have to do that because Brian himself is right now engaging in the very things, maybe at a different level, but that he's accusing Alex Jones of. He's calling someone pretty much the most damaging, heinous thing you could call them. Someone who is an assaulter in the most heinous ways of children without proof. For clicks, for views. That's why he's doing it. So to be that person and then say, I think Alex Jones did that, so how could you associate with him? The answer would be like, but Brian, that's what you yourself do. Before you go on and tell other people who and who not to associate with, perhaps you should look in the mirror and see if you're engaged in the very characteristics that you're telling other people means they shouldn't associate with people like that. What if Jay went out for dinner with Brian afterwards, went out for coffee or something, right? Could I say, Jay, why would you associate and be friendly with someone that made these sort of reckless comments that could ruin people's lives, calling them PDFs like he did with Trump with no proof? The mere fact that Jay's engaging in this debate with Brian almost proves the absurdity of Brian's claims, because Brian's done similar behavior to exactly what Alex Jones is doing. Now, to steelman his argument, he'll say the difference is he's accusing Donald Trump, whereas Alex Jones was accusing private citizens of being actors. Nonetheless, it's still making heinous accusations without definitive proof. And then he'll go further to say, but he does believe that there's proof that Trump does that. And when you ask to see that proof, it'll just be bullshit. Anyways, let's continue.
My main criticism of Alex would have been, and still has been, there should have been a better vetting of the sources of these so-called events, because the main source at that time, because I was listening through the whole period, was Wolfgang Halbig, who said, I've worked in government. I worked in education. I was there. I know that this was a fraud. I went and investigated, and all that was not true. So he did not properly vet the
He
source.
blamed it on psychosis. There was no medical information to prove that.
Okay, that could be. You mean his?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have
He
been.
didn't provide any medical information that he
could-
had psychosis.
I mean, I don't
It's
know.
bullshit.
I don't know Alex's legal team's,
Well, he's lying.
advice that they
It wasn't
gave.
psychosis. You know that. Come on.
Again, I don't know what the legal team advised him
They
to say in
didn't
the
show.
investigation.
Well, the legal team, if they're going to say he suffered from psychosis, there would have to be some evidence to prove that, which clearly they didn't show. It wasn't psychosis. And I guess this is maybe where we disagree. People like Alex Jones and Candace Owens and many others, Laura Loomer, I could name you a lot. They say things knowing that it will hurt people, and they don't fucking care. They say things knowing that it'll hurt people, knowing that it's probably not true. By the way, I don't buy the fact that Alex didn't think it was a real shooting. He knew it was. Like I said, Alex is not a stupid guy. He knew that there were innocent young children that died, and he called them actors. Now, regardless of what...
Again, I have not seen proof that he called innocent children actors. I haven't seen that. And once more, we're sort of beating around the bush. Do you see how this is just all... What is this debate really about here? How could you go on InfoWars? That's it? Now imagine if Jay was like, okay, cool, Don Lemon. Let's go through a list of accusations of Don Lemon. How could you associate with him? That's it? That's the productive discussion that we're going to have here? But I mean, I guess if they agreed to the topic, so be it. But it just seems laughable, given the people that we know that he's associated with and the things that he himself has said. It's just... You don't think it's harmful to Trump and his family and his kids to hear Trump called a PDF with no evidence whatsoever? Or how about the fact that we just had 2 assassination attempts at Donald Trump based on people that are using rhetoric like Brian Shapiro's, making accusations against Trump, much of it false or heavily exaggerated? Charlie Kirk, on one of the bullets, catch this fascist, the exact rhetoric that people like Brian Shapiro and others use. Actual people dying, actual people being harmed. But it's different. It's different when they're doing it. That's different. The problem is, Brian's mentality is probably that of so many other people. I know he protests and says he's not a left-winger, but so many of these people that are on the left or have, just incredible hatred for Trump, they start under the assumption we are morally virtuous and you're bad. And so when they do the exact same thing that they're criticizing you for, they're like, yeah, but we're virtuous. And if you want to see the easiest way to see this, just get into an argument with some of these people about Antifa. You'll say, oh, fascism's bad. Give me some of the characteristics of fascism. Uses force to silence people, extrajudicial force to get your way. Oh, you mean like Antifa? And they'll say, no, Antifa can't be fascist because they're anti-fascist. Yes, but they're using the tools of fascism. No, they're anti-fascist. And literally, that's the level of critique and self-critique they do. But we're good? I already told you I'm good. So when I call Trump a PDF, or when I say hateful shit about Republicans and conservatives, even if it's not true, and if they end up being attacked, that ain't my fault. I shouldn't be impugned for that because I'm good. But how dare you associate with Alex Jones? Because I think he said something that wasn't true that hurt other people. So I'll judge you. But we're going in circles here. Granted, we're only 8 minutes in, but okay.
All their stuff might have been going on in his mind. He made a lot of money off that. Now, in the end, it's going to cost him money. I don't think we should be allowed to say things like that with no justification, and it hurts people. Those families had death threats. They had death threats.
Trump's family gets death threats. I assume if it is definitively proven that Trump is not a PDF, or even beyond that, the rationale that Brian seems to be giving, that he's happy that Alex Jones was sued for billions of dollars. I presume if Trump brings a lawsuit against Brian, he'll cheer on that energy, right? Of course not. That would be different. That would be litigious and abusive and trying to censor people that are critical. You see? It's one of the things I said about, look, I understand the anger. of people about what Alex said, right? And as to whether or not there should be some sort of compensation, okay, I can accept some of that. But $1 billion? And to watch all these lefty, like, podcast bros or people with radio shows who talk politics for a living and say, you know, some hyperbolic shit, isn't there part of you from just a purely, like, self-sustaining part that's like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't cheer this on because someday it might be me? But when you cheer for litigiousness, don't be surprised when it comes back your way. So you won't see me shed any tears if Brian runs his mouth off someday and calls someone a PDF and they're like, yeah, I'm suing you. And we're coming for millions upon millions of dollars to bankrupt you. And make no mistake, that was the goal with Alex Jones. To completely devastate and bankrupt him. That was the goal. And so, if Brian thinks that's a good thing, if that sort of tool is then used against him, I don't want to hear any tears. That's oh, please. When Democrats, they're just talking about MAGA supporters, not Republicans on a whole. Trump talks about the entire left being bad. Please. What a joke.
Jay, and they hadn't even buried their kids yet. 8 and 9-year-olds.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I get visibly angry talking about this guy because I think he's a horrible human being.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his entire network is a fucking joke. It's a bunch of tinfoil hat morons who spread conspiracy theories about COVID. They spread conspiracy theories about the deep state. They spread.
Now we're on COVID. Then the deep state. Now, do you see? By the way, this is something that you'll see. Well, Sandy Hook found liable for that, was misinformation. So everything else was misinformation as well.
Conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, and the guy who runs the whole thing spread conspiracy theories about a shooting where a bunch of 8 and 9-year-old kids were murdered. I don't even think the guy should be allowed to even have a show. That's my personal opinion.
Could you name?
So he shouldn't be allowed to have a show. No, the government should not allow this guy to have a show. Okay, what about the things that we did get wrong? For example, I could pull up an article from, like, I think the Telegraph, where you had a bunch of medical professionals lamenting that they went along with the government in the United Kingdom, intentionally scaring the shit out of people with COVID beyond what was necessary. They oversold it to try to change people's behavior. That predictably led to terrible shit, including harming children, locking down children, which has predictably led to increases in depression, other mental disorders, lowering of education, increased poverty, which harm children. So should you not associate with them? Should they also not be allowed to have any sort of media platforms? Of course not. That's different. Those were legitimate mistakes. Thanks, Baxter Boy, for the $5.
Another crazy temple hat that position that you think me or Alex or anybody has positive.
I can't speak to you because I'll be honest with you, and I don't mean this
Well, you
as
said
like
the whole network is all crazy people.
Well, I mean the regulars. I would assume you're a guest on there a lot, and sometimes you. I'm talking about the regulars who do shows, 5 days a week. They spread conspiracy theories about me. Harrison talked about me. Didn't even, and we talked about this off the air a couple minutes ago. Didn't even know my position on vaccines, and I don't want to get too deep into the vaccine stuff because some platforms don't allow it. Didn't even know my position on the vaccines, and just assumed that I want everyone to get 10 boosters. They say things about people not doing their homework, not under even. And by the way,
again, Brian will right to your face say, you believe this, and he's been wrong several times. So, I mean, yeah, that happens, and it's not necessarily a good thing when people assume your position. Get it? That could be frustrating. Yeah. What are we talking about here? Like, this doesn't happen on show after show after show?
I said I would go on their show. I was talking to somebody from their network. I said, listen, I will go on that show and I will defend my positions. Harrison didn't want me on. I call that a coward. If you're willing to talk shit about somebody, which is
Brian, always bring me on the show. More exposure, more clicks. We get it, Brian. We know. Now he's challenging me to a boxing match.
fine. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. But then you don't want that person to come on. I invite anybody on my show. Nick Fuentes can do my show if he wants to. I think he's an awful human being. But I would have had O.J. Simpson do my show.
Really?
It's not the criticism. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it. But
he's cringe.
I'm willing to have anybody on my show that I disagree with, even if they're despicable people. If Alex Jones wanted to do my show, I would probably be a little bit more heated with him than I am you, because I'm not blaming you for the stuff that Alex Jones said.
But what's another topic that you think Alex?
So, again, we just have this moral grandstanding. He made a very specific topic, or a very specific claim. He's like, everyone that's on that network, they just lie about everything. And Jay's like, give me another example. Well, not you. He's like, well, I'm on that network. Well, not you. Okay, give me an example of one of the other topics you think was just a blatant lie. Because what Jay's going to, you could already see it setting up. It's like, yeah, but you don't know that. You're just claiming it's a lie. So, for example, if you say like, well, the deep state, and Jay would be able to come back with, what do you mean about that? What specifically did they say about the deep state that you think's untrue? Because we could look at evidence. But Brian's not going to want to do that. That's not Brian's debate style. He doesn't want to give you a stable, okay, you've made a claim. Let's dig into this claim. He doesn't want to do that. Moral grandstanding, jumping from one thing to the other, filibustering. And the idea that it's like, well, I'll bring anyone on my show. Fair enough. Okay. He had me on the show. He also claimed that he doesn't mute people, which he did mute me. And it wasn't as if I was just talking over him or anything to that effect. In fact, I could show you on my channel when he called in 18 and a half minutes, unfettered. He went off on tangents about me.
COVID. I think he spread lies about the vaccines. He sells his stupid pills on his website to make money. That there's no evidence that any of those pills actually help.
Okay, so he says COVID, and then COVID's a big topic, right? So it's like, well, what part of COVID? But before he even says that, he's like, and he sells supplements, and there's no proof that the supplement. What are you doing? You made a claim, COVID. Let's dive in. But we're already on. It's like, name me the thing you think they lied about. COVID and supplements. It's
if you had COVID. I would talk about 9/11 a little bit more, because I know he's talked about 9/11 a lot.
What about 9/11?
Well, he thinks it was an inside job.
Right.
I
do too.
Okay. Well, we can get into that. We can get into that.
So what's the crazy part, though? Where's the...
Right. Great. There. Now, instead of saying, hey, you've done a show with this guy I don't like, great. Now you have something that you have a disagreement with Jay Dyer. Let's jump in. Now, watch how I have not seen this. My guess is he'll make some surface level claim. Oh, it's just laughable to even think, and it's so damaging to claim this shit, and blah, blah, blah. And then he's going to move right on to something else. Because I'll guarantee that Jay, regardless if you think he's right or not, is going to have an understanding of this claim. Finally, you're talking about something that's Jay's belief. Okay, let's talk about that. And that's not going to be what Brian wants to do.
He talks about the deep state all the time with no evidence to back up his claims about the deep state. What is the deep state? Tell me.
See how quick that went from 9/11. Okay, what about that? Let's talk about that. Oh, he talks about the deep state. What's the deep state? See how quick we do. Yep.
It's the breakaway national security apparatus in the background that has a tremendous amount of influence installed at the time of World War II, particularly from people
right now,
in the Council on Foreign Relations. It's the same structure.
Okay,
CFR,
so right now, who is
Commission,
running the deep state?
CFR and Trilateral Commission have a huge amount of influence. This is a CFR historian's own background accounts. Burton Hirsch's, but this is what we're lecturing through on my channel right now. So, so that would be
I've heard
Alex, corporation, military industrial complex. That's the deep state.
So I've heard Alex say that Barack Obama was really running the country when Joe Biden was president. There's no evidence to back that up.
You meant the stay behind.
No. Okay. Now, I guess we'll see where this goes, but seems like we're moving on from the deep state to like, now we're going to talk about Obama specifically, but maybe he'll say, you, Jay, didn't mention Obama as part of the deep state. Of course, Jay's answer is going to be like, sure, you have people that are involved in that apparatus that stay behind, that are left over from that administration, that are part of this, right? Now, I probably wouldn't be as specific as a deep state there as what Jay Dyer is saying, though I think his answer is more specific and more nuanced than what I would give. For me, when I'm talking about a deep state, I'm talking about institutions and people that really run our country. Some of those are, except the deep state implies that these are people that aren't the surface level people. Now, the surface level people can be involved in that. For example, you could be John Brennan at the head of the CIA, and you're like, well, that's not like shadowy. That guy's the head of the CIA. Right, but there's things going on behind the scenes. And a lot of these people are unelected, and they're the ones that are making these decisions. The Biden administration sort of proves this, by the way, seeing as how he was basically a human vegetable, and there were people behind the scenes that weren't elected that were running the show. That's sort of, in general, what's being discussed when we talk about the deep state. Now, some people have different opinions on how much influence certain groups within that have. Is George Soros part of the deep state? Is Norm Eisman part of the deep state with like the lawfare against Trump? You see the point. But that's the general thrust of it. And to just be like, there's no proof of that. Well, there's certainly proof. And by the way, Brian would agree with this if you put it in the context of Trump being bad. For example, if you said, well, if he would criticize Trump, for example, as working with people that are influencing him on pardons or on foreign policy decisions, etc., he would say, yes, of course, there are people behind the scenes that aren't elected that are really like pulling the strings there because Trump's greedy and wants money, etc., etc. Nonetheless. But anyways.
Situation that Obama had set up in
But
D.C.
he said the Obamas had gay relationships and that Barack Obama was gay. This is not a...
Again, do you see that it's so frustrating to deal with Brian? Okay, we went from... I'm not shitting you. This is like a minute and a half. Okay, other than Sandy Hook, tell me the things. You said all of his team's just lying and making shit up about stuff. Give me another example. Well, not you. Okay, the rest of them. Give me an example. COVID, comma, literally next word, and the supplements that he sells. Okay, 9/11. Jay's like, great, 9/11. Let's talk about it. And the deep state, what's the deep state? Jay gives his definition. He's like, oh, but Obama? And it's like, well, yeah, the leftovers of Obama. But he said Obama's gay? Do you see? That's like a minute and a half. And Jay's like trying to be like, let's find something we could argue about. Cool, 9/11. Great, sounds good. Nope, moving right on from that. Now we're on to Obama's gay. This is the guy who calls Trump a PDF, by the way. It's like, now the thing I'm talking about I don't like about Alex is him saying that Obama's gay. Okay? Do you see why it's frustrating? Now, Jay's hardly got a word in edgewise. So far, all Brian's managed to accomplish is standing on a soapbox and saying, I don't like Alex and you shouldn't hang out with them. And then when it's like, well, let's get to specifics other than Sandy Hook, it's just been one thing after another of him just listing off things. And when Jay tries to be like, fair enough, let's dive into one of these, he's like, no.
Well, but you do talk radio, you make jokes, you do satire. Alex does satire all the time.
Okay, well, when I hear Alex Jones say that he believed, first of all, I don't think that's funny. That's 10-year-old humor. I don't think there's anything funny in saying a president is gay. I don't think that, I mean, unless we're 10 years old.
Well, what about faking gay?
You think I mean, okay, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Well, you just laugh, so you do think it's funny.
Well, here's the problem, right?
What? Now listen, first off, let me push back against Jay here a little. I don't know. My guess is it is funny to call Obama gay, but I would guess that also Alex Jones probably believes that he had a gay tryst. So I don't know that you could write it off as, trust me, Alex was just joking. Alex probably believes, or at least at one point believed, right? But this is a very funny point then that, you know, Jay makes, which is like, well, you're laughing, you know. Okay, so now with all the criticism here that we've started off about Alex Jones, we finally got to, I don't like his sense of humor. Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair. Obama, the Mac Daddy. Still one of the funniest videos of all time. So, anyway, so now we're on to, okay, Brian's real upset because you don't like InfoWars' sense of humor, okay?
Alex Jones has a huge platform. And I think it's important for people to choose their words wisely and to be responsible. We agree, I think, that Alex Jones should not have done what he did when it came to the Sandy Hook shooting. It hurt people. Now, if you make a joke that doesn't hurt somebody, okay, fine. If you have a conspiracy theory that doesn't necessarily hurt somebody, then that's one thing, right? But when you have the platform that Alex Jones has and you say things that are unproven stuff that is just blatantly ridiculous, they said things about me that aren't true.
You call Trump a PDF? I mean, it's just... it's just the lack of self-awareness is amazing. Anyways,
I have a problem with that. And I don't think that network is a serious network. I don't think that is a serious news network. It's one thing if you give Kanye West a platform. Heck, I would interview Kanye West and ask him about his anti-Semitism. But Alex Jones, he was praising Adolf Hitler, and Alex Jones is sitting there with his thumb up his ass.
No,
I watched that whole interview.
He specifically disagreed with him and said that he didn't believe Hitler was a good guy. And the very next day, Richard Grove and I hosted that next day and talked about that we did not agree with the Hitlerian perspective.
Okay, so once more, a specific example is given. Alex just sat there and it's like, no, he disagreed with Kanye in that. And then the next day I was on the show and we pushed back on that. Oh, okay. Now let's just move on from that point real quick. Watch.
It's one thing to say you don't agree with it, and I'm glad you did that. But if someone sitting next to me is praising Adolf Hitler, I would call them for what they are. You are an anti-Semite and you are a moron. If you praise a man who's responsible for murdering anybody, let alone millions of people, there's something wrong with you. And I would say that to Kanye. I wouldn't sit here and say, well, you know, Kanye, I really disagree with you on that. I saw that. Right. I don't respect people who praise evil murder.
You see, it's all about respect with Brian Shapiro. It's respect. You didn't know that. It's about respect. Did you know Jack Posobiec, Michael Knowles, they like him? It's respect. A little thing called respect. And he doesn't respect. I mean, what is this whining bullshit?
Dictators. Right. That's what Alex Jones did in that interview. Okay, he coddled Kanye.
Alex didn't praise Hitler.
He praised Kanye West in some ways, and he was very satire. He coddled him. He coddled him. It was a fluffer interview, and I think we also have a responsibility to question people and to be tough on people that praise murderous dictators. Alex Jones did not do that. So on one side of the coin, Kanye West will sit there and praise Adolf Hitler, and he'll say, well, I disagree with that. But on the other side of the coin, he'll just bash Democrats and left-wingers and AOC and attack her for being a bartender. He's more tough on somebody like AOC than somebody like Kanye West, who praises Adolf Hitler and is a Jew hater. Make no mistake about it. Kanye is a Jew hater, anti-Semitic piece of scum. I don't care whether he's mentally ill or not. And these groypers that go around, I just think they're really bad people.
Does he have ADD? Now we're on to groypers. Okay, let's hear.
Right, but so a lot of this debate so far has been about the character of people. So, and I'm not.
Well, you're friends
I'm
with
not
them.
believing that. Okay, but I mean, you just said at the beginning that you weren't interested in guilt by association, but
Maybe
this seems to be your whole course.
I'm trying to understand why you would be friends with somebody like that who I think has no moral compass.
See, again, and this is again, it's so funny to watch Jay immediately recognize the same issue that I recognize. Brian's like, I'm not interested in guilt by association. And then the entire thing is, but I want to talk about why you're associating. With me, it was, I don't want to talk about ethics. I just had a debate with Andrew, and I think that I was misled about the topic. I didn't think the topic was going to be ethically, how could you support Trump? I thought the topic was going to be Trump's policy. No problem, I say. Let's do Trump's policy. Very first question, how could you ethically support Trump? So he says, I don't want to talk about X, and then spends all of his time talking about X. And when you're like, but wait a minute, I thought you didn't want to talk about X. How dare you? So Jay's right. It's like, no, are we talking about guilt by association? Is that what this is? Is the whole debate just going to be, how could you talk with Alex Jones? How could you do his network? How could you be friends with? That's it? That's what you have? I mean, it's just, it's nothing. How long could you talk about this? And you can see, like, it's just, he's all over the place. Well, he lied about 9/11. He lied about COVID. He lies about supplements. And he said that Obama was gay. And he lied about the deep state. And at first he said, yeah, he just sat there and let him say that Austrian painter was a good guy. No, he didn't. Well, okay, he didn't, but he didn't push back. And he made fun of AOC for being a bartender. And yeah, that's what it is. It's just, how dare you? That's what it is. It's like, what are we doing here? All right, let's keep going.
But what I'm illustrating is that nobody consistently can apply that in media, because I'm sure you have friends that you disagree with that you might find reprehensible, or that you've gone on shows that you disagree with.
I don't have any.
So you don't have any.
I don't have any friends that are
qualms with Piers Morgan. You go on Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah.
Has he done anything?
I don't hang out with Piers Morgan. He's not one of my friends. I do his show. There's a difference.
So
I don't have any
now
friends.
It is guilt by association.
Well, you're friends with him.
So
I'm not friends with.
So that is guilt by association, which you said you're not trying to do.
I'm trying to understand why you would be
so
friends
you
with
are
somebody
doing
like
guilt
that.
by association.
I'm asking you a question. Why?
Implying
How?
that it's morally wrong.
I'm trying to
what I'm saying
understand how morally
Right.
you could associate yourself
And I'm trying to understand the ethics
as a
there.
friend, not just for doing a show.
The morals are, which are what? Like, what's the, because I don't think it's consistently applied.
I think people that associate themselves with people like Alice Jones are the same people that associate themselves with Donald Trump. I think it's
so
the
guilt
same,
by association.
I think it's same. Well, I think
this whole course has been in guilt.
So let me give you an example. He just said earlier, my friend Tim Pool, right? You heard him say that. He's talked about how people, I don't know that he's called Michael Knowles or Jack Posobiec his friend. But for a second, let's assume that he did. Or assume that what I'm about to say about Jack Posobiec, that someone would eventually could say about Tim Pool. People call Jack Posobiec an anti-Semite. I've had people on my channel say it. He puts little commas around stuff, and that's like this, a signal that it's blaming Jewish people. So he called the what exactly is the delineate? Who are your friends then in media? Right? There's not going to be any stable topic. Are you friends with Don Lemon? Well, I don't know. I'd call him friend. Are you friends with Tim Pool? Well, I don't know. Are you friends with Jack Posobiec? Are you friends with Michael Knowles? So it says, I can't tell if Jay Dyer doesn't know what guilt by association means. The implication Jay's correct on, which is, I am judging you morally because of the friends who you associate with. I find you guilty of being immoral because of who you're hanging out with. That's the implication.
By association, what you said at the beginning, you're not going to do.
Well, what I was hoping to do is try to get an explanation from you on how you could be friends with somebody like that. I find that in general, and I'm going to make a general statement now, people that are big fans of Alex Jones or friends of Alex Jones tend to also be big fans of Donald Trump. And they're willing to push aside the Epstein stuff. They're willing to push aside his behaviors, the way he talks about women and Gold Star families and POWs, and the fact that he's named thousands of times in the Epstein files. I think the same kinds of people who support Donald Trump are gravitating. I think the same Star families and POWs, and the fact that he's named thousands of times in the Epstein files.
Just, again, it's just all just rapid fire bullshit. Won't go into details on any of these things, but
I think the same kinds of people who support Donald Trump are gravitated towards Alex Jones. Yes, I'll say it again. I think Donald Trump and Alex Jones are similar.
Right. So, like, Vita, you make the point. Is he friends with Destiny? And this is the problem. He'll just selectively say no when it suits him. But then he implies he's friends with, I'm respected by Michael Knowles. I hang out with Jack Posobiec. I hang out with I have the text message he sent to me on the phone. Well, you're sitting in your basement or attic. I'm out hanging out with Jack Posobiec and Michael Knowles. Is he hanging out with Destiny? Are you aware of the allegations against Destiny? Are you aware of the things that Destiny said publicly? He would just say, well, no, that's not friends. I did a show, and okay, I was friendly with them after the show, but I'm not friends. But then when it suits him, he applies when he's out there trying to boost his ego. Oh, yeah, these people hang out with me.
I think they're both horrible human beings.
Yeah.
They're horrible human beings who probably only care about themselves. And, you know.
But again, I think this is what usually ends up being something not worth debating. I'm not saying you can't bring it up, you debate whatever you want, but the idea of only focusing on the morals of some individual in media or in politics, to me, just seems absurd. That's why I'm always an issues guy, because I'm sure that
we can talk about issues.
By the way, again, it's so funny. Literally, the conversation I had with Brian when I first did his show was, I don't want to talk about people's moral character. I want to talk about issues. Every time you see him, all he does is go back to people's morality. Continually says, I'm an issues guy. I want to talk about issues, and then can't talk about them.
I'm sure that everybody has some moral flaw or some problem in their ethos.
I would never deny that. I would never deny what you're saying.
So then it's not consistently applied. So it would seem
there
like
are different levels of mistakes that are
how do we
made.
know the levels here? Because it seems like you're doing the very thing that you're saying shouldn't be done.
No. So there are different levels of mistakes that are made, whether you cheat on your wife or.
Well, who determines that?
Okay. Well, I'm just giving you my opinion. There's no book on determining. I'm just telling you.
There is a book, right? Like now, if you're about to see I know this for a fucking fact. If this gets into a question of ethical grounding, Shapiro's fucked. We've seen him over and over flounder on this. He does not have a consistent basis for his moral foundations. That's Jay Dyer's bread and butter. So if that's where the conversation's going to go, so now you can quickly, watch how quick we pull out of that. Oh, no. We don't want to do that. We want to sit here and talk about people's morality until we get to like, okay, let's determine how we determine morality and the thresholds of it and shit. Wait until you see. I'll guarantee. Yeah, I have not seen this. I'll guarantee he fucking runs from that.
Simply put, if you're a person who intentionally lies about a school shooting when children are murdered to make money and clicks, you're a fucking disgusting human being.
But how do you know a person's motives? Maybe you do.
Because Alex Jones does it all the time. He says
how
things.
Do you know the motives?
He's over the top, and he says things.
But how do you know the motives?
So you think Alex Jones didn't have? What do you think his motive is when he says things like that?
I'm saying that when you debate, and again, you can debate whatever you want, but my critique of this type of debate is that when you debate people's motives is something that you can never really explicitly prove.
Why did you think Alex Jones, give me an educated guess, Jay, if you can, why do you think Alex Jones said those things?
I believe that Alex has always, for the most part, been sincere. That's why he has been willing to change his mind and admit he was wrong. For example, he recently admitted he was wrong that he thought Trump might reverse the course on Iran.
Let's talk about that.
He admits that he was completely wrong.
I do want to talk to you about that.
Well, I'm
we're
just saying
probably going to agree on that.
That's a recent admission that Alex said, I was wrong about this.
Okay, good. So let me ask you something about that, because I disagree with you respectfully. If Alex Jones wasn't sued, do you think Alex Jones would have apologized?
Well, the lawsuit, as I said, highlighted the bad.
Now, again, like we're still on this question. He has no way to prove whatsoever. His claim is the reason that Alex is particularly heinous to do his network or to be friends with him is because he knows that Alex specifically knew what he was saying about Sandy Hook was a lie, but did it out of greed. And he does that all the time. And Jay's like, I don't believe that. Right? How are you going to prove it? And Jay's like, well, he's sincerely backtracked on things before and said, okay, I've changed my position on this. So now Brian's like, would he have apologized if he wouldn't have been sued? Well, that's a different question. If he later came to the conclusion that what he said was wrong, would he have said, you know what, I was wrong about that? That's different than would he apologized. Would Brian Shapiro apologize if it turns out that Trump's not a PDF? Or would he only do it if he's sued?
If you look, for example, at the prosecute where they were.
No, Jay, I understand.
Let me finish the question. Let me finish answering. When they were interrogating Owen Schroyer, and Owen was responsible for bringing on a couple people that not just Wolfgang, but also the Zero Hedge article that they highlighted that was misinformation. So that was not properly vetted. And I'm saying that if you've got a network that has multiple people doing multiple cogs of the operation, you can't. I understand that the head of the operation is going to receive the brunt of the criticism, but it's not like Alex was just doing all of this without sincere investigation. I believe he's sincere.
Okay, so I that's where we disagree, and I would go as far as to say this. I believe that if Alex Jones wasn't sued and he didn't have to face consequences for his things, he would never have apologized or retracted anything, because he never has in the past, to my knowledge, for anything else. The reason
Jay just gave you an example of when he said I was wrong about something.
why he apologized and says I shouldn't have said that, which by the way he said in a courtroom, and then he said it was a kangaroo court, and he attacked the judge, and he attacked the prosecutors, instead of just being a man and saying, you know what, I really fucked up, I really shouldn't have said that stuff, what happened to those families was awful. Instead, he does what Donald Trump does. It's a kangaroo court. I didn't do anything wrong. So no, I disagree with you, Jay. I don't think Alex Jones would have ever retracted what he said, and I don't think Alex Jones would have ever apologized if, in fact, he was never facing a civil lawsuit, which he lost. That's my personal opinion.
This is
we can move on to Ron,
because there's no way to prove
we
that
can
or know that.
Well,
so.
that's just my personal opinion. Obviously, there's no way to 100% prove it, other than the fact that, to my knowledge, I don't think.
So then the argument becomes, yeah, you're right. I don't know. We disagree on this, but you're immoral for hanging out with Alex Jones. How could you do that? And again, it was very similar to the debate I had with him, right? Which is, how could you morally vote for Trump or support Trump? Well, a lot of the things that you're accusing him of, I don't believe. And I also think that he was better than the alternative. Now, the problem is, Brian, you can see he's very flimsy on getting into the specific details. How many accusations has he made here? Fake supplements. He was wrong on COVID. He was wrong on the deep state. He was wrong on 9/11. And he hasn't done anything but scratch the surface on all of those. I mean, again, how is it any different than if Brian Shapiro goes to some event that then pals around with Joe Biden, if all of a sudden Jay Dyer talks to him and goes, how Tara Reid credibly accused Joe Biden of this? That's disgusting. How could you do that? Joe Biden refused to acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter. That's disgusting. How could you support that? How could you? How could you hang around with that man? And Brian would be like, because I don't believe those things. Or I don't think they're as big of a deal as you. Right. It's all opinion shit. There's no way to prove it. So what's the point? We're 20 minutes into, how could you hang out with Destiny, Brian Shapiro? 20 minutes into this debate, and we've basically talked about nothing. I don't like that you hang out with some dude. Cool. That's your opinion. Great. Next.
Alex has ever apologized for anything else on the air in the past. The only thing I could ever recall that he's ever apologized for or retracted was the comments he made about the school shooting and those kids being actors.
Yeah, and he recently retracted his position on Iran. He thought Trump would have a better course and a course correction, and he was wrong about that. He was wrong about the thing that was going around where Pam Bondi was saying that they were going to release the files. He thought that that was a legitimate.
He has been open about.
Now, and just to be clear, for Brian's part himself, I'm sorry, I wish I could be analyzing like an actual debate, but this is just stupid. So it seems like I'm piling on Brian. But Brian himself came on to my show to complain about Nick Shirley, right? And then I said, well, you said this about Nick Shirley. He said, no, I didn't. I brought up his tweet showing it. He was definitively wrong. He didn't apologize. He didn't say, you know what, I'm wrong. My bad. He didn't. He doubled down. He obfuscated. Just take that outward gaze and have some introspection, Brian.
Criticism for the Epstein files because he's been talking about the Epstein files for years. And I think Donald Trump has made a lot of people like the Alex Jones type look really bad because Donald Trump has protected pedophiles, in my opinion.
Well, Alex has called that out.
I know that. That's what I just said. Years. Yeah, I'm happy. I agree with you on that.
Okay, so then that would refute your claim that he never says
he's
wrong.
Angry. Well, he's upset at Donald Trump. It's not really that he was wrong about something. He was upset
wrong about what Pam Bondi said like 2 months ago.
Well,
so
he's criticized at times the Trump administration for the Epstein files.
He doesn't give the apology apology that you want, basically.
It's not really the apology that I want. It's basically, it wasn't really an apology. He just basically, when it comes to the Epstein stuff, he's talked about how disappointed he was. He was wrong about Pam Bondi. He was wrong about Pam Bondi, and he thought Pam Bondi.
No, he said specifically that the claim that they were going to release more of the files, that when Pam Bondi claimed this, he shared that, and then a bunch of people on social media called him out. He said, "You know what? You're right. I was wrong." So well, I'm just saying he will admit.
Okay. Well, I'm glad he did that. I was unaware of that, and I'm glad he did that. And we could end the Alex Jones conversation, but in closing, I'll just say this, and you know, it's nothing that I've never
said.
Have
a closing statement too.
Yeah, I'll let it close.
That's fair, of course. I think Alex Jones is what's horrible with society. I think there are grifters, the Candace Owens types. I put Alex Jones in that category. I think he only says things as an act to get clicks and to make money. What he did was disgusting, and then why the reason why this topic is so it should be personal to anybody, but it's even more personal to me because I grew up about 20 minutes away from Sandy Hook. Number one. Number two, I've interviewed some of those families who have to wake up every day without seeing their kids. It's reprehensible, and the fact that somebody like Alex Jones, and this is irrefutable, made their grief even worse with what Alex Jones put those families through is reprehensible. And I think only a reprehensible and repugnant human being would do what Alex Jones did. I have zero respect for him. I don't care how many followers he has. I have no more respect for him than I do like a Candace Owens type, and I know we'll probably agree on Candace Owens. There is a way to have differences of opinions, and there is a way to have a conversation without hurting people. And there are too many people, particularly in right-wing media today, that do that.
I mean, one of Brian Shapiro's criticism of Andrew was that he's too forceful. He hurts people with his language. And then he text messaged Andrew's wife. And one of the first text messages were, "How much do you have to drink to fuck your husband?" And he called her a bitch, which is something he claimed was horribly offensive and you shouldn't do to a woman. So while he's standing here putting a, well, I find this shit offensive. I find it offensive, and his language is hurting people. When it's him using the language, totally different. That's acceptable. She had it coming. It's just, the grandstanding is through the roof here.
Make claims that hurt people. They lie. They attack undocumented immigrants and brown people every single day, making it seem like all these undocumented immigrants are going to rape your kids. They're wrong. They lied about the terrorist attack in New Orleans. They said it was undocumented immigrant. They said it was because of Joe Biden's open border policies. They lie. They lied in conspiracy theories about what happened to Paul Pelosi. When Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer, and Alex Jones was one of those guys that spread the conspiracy theory that Paul Pelosi had some sort of gay relationship with the guy that almost killed him with a hammer. Did Alex Jones ever apologize for that when the police?
Has it been proven? Again, you're allowed to believe. I think that it is entirely reasonable to still believe. I think there was something up with it. You might be wrong, and there might be proof a claim to say, like, you ought to be careful before you say shit like that. Fair enough. But you're not obligated to apologize, particularly for a public figure, for something like that. This is coming from Brian Shapiro, who, again, all over X is calling Trump a PDF. It is to the point. Now, I know Jay probably doesn't know all the things Brian Shapiro said, but it's just laughable. This is a guy that will fucking sit there and mug an old lady, and while he's stealing her purse, being like, I find it despicable that people steal purses from old ladies. It's just give me that lady, you bat. Give me that bag. That's just despicable. Can you believe, how dare you even associate with people like that? And it's like, that's what you do. What? No way.
Police report came out, and Matt Gaetz, when he was in office, another repugnant piece of garbage.
Do you see that? I mean, I honestly think there's something wrong with this guy. All right, let's finish up the Alex Jones things. Yeah, Alex Jones is bad, and like Donald Trump, and like Matt Gaetz, and Paul Pelosi, and okay.
Ted Cruz spread those conspiracy theories.
Ted Cruz, let's keep going. Yeah.
Right-wingers don't apologize, usually. I'm glad that Alex Jones has done that, but there's a lot of people on the right that don't. They don't retract. They don't apologize. When you get something wrong, why don't you wait until the information comes out first before you spread conspiracy theories? I'm not talking about...
You're saying that Trump is a PDF. Show me the evidence.
you. I'm just saying in general terms, people on the right. And that's one of my biggest criticisms with the Laura Loomers of the world and so many others. It's all about clicks, Jay. It's about money and clicks. They don't care whether they get it right or not. I'm generalizing. There's a lot of people on the right on X. They want to be the first one to say it was an undocumented immigrant. It was a black person. It was this without knowing. And then when they get it wrong, they don't retract and they don't apologize. And I'm sorry if I'm going on a rant here, but on X, when you look at when they're fact checked, what is that called on the bottom?
Yeah, the fact checking.
Yeah.
Community note.
Yeah. What is the point of a community note? If somebody is getting a community note like 200 times, there are right wingers out there that have been community noted 200 times. They're not suspended. Their accounts don't get taken down. Why are we community noting people when they literally, it happens to them every day? So anyway, I digress. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, I think, so much of media ends up being a lot of low tier slop and debating about things that are not really that substantial, such as people's motives or intentionality, which is, unless you have, somebody's actual DMs or something like that, it's really difficult, I think, to know the motives. And so in philosophy and debate, we don't typically focus on that. Understand that in media and in news, it probably is the best, but I would assume that maybe you engage in debating about who's good and who's bad, because that's the easy low tier route to go to get attention and to get clicks. I mean, aren't you interested in getting clicks?
I don't think it's low tier to
debate, but it is to debate people's motives, because it's called ad hominem in philosophy, right?
I don't think it's low tier to talk about our president and his behavior.
Well, we're talking about Alex Jones,
right.
And you're saying his bad motives, and I'm saying that works in low tier political debate, but like if you get into a philosophical debate and you debate people's motives, that's called ad hominem, because unless you have proof that there's bad motives, you don't know people's motives other than to say that, well, he's a bad person. Okay.
Now, I get where Jay's coming from. What was interesting to me, there was like, do you have a motive for clicks? Do you like getting clicks? Or is Brian Shapiro above that? We can't impugn his motives, that he's doing things for clicks. Is any of us that are streamers for a living or somewhere in the world of media, whether it be a syndicated radio host, a podcaster, a YouTuber, whatever, can any of us truly say, it never factors into any of my decision making how many people will see something? I'll tell you straight up. One of the reasons that I like debating bigger people is because more people see me. That's good. I like that. So can I be impugned? If you disagree with me in something, could you say, well, your motivation's clicks? How can we not make that same criticism to Brian Shapiro? He seems desperate to get onto channels with people that have big views. Anyways.
So he's a bad person. What does that prove?
I don't think it's low tier to criticize Alex Jones for what he did.
But you said that you know his motives, and I'm just trying to figure out how you know that.
Well, first of all, I think most people would say the reason why Alex Jones says these things is because he wants to make money and fallacy. Get more attention.
The fact that most people think that really has nothing to do with
that's I think I would like to think that a logical opinion would be that the reason why
if
Alex
you're gonna be
Jones
logical, you can't do fallacies.
Okay, well, if you think that Alex Jones does this stuff,
I mean,
he says
do you think
stuff,
appeal to masses is a fallacy?
No, but I would say I would say
you don't think it's a fallacy.
Perhaps, but the point that I would
is it fallacy? No, you don't think? Well, perhaps. Hey, Jordan Lofgren, nice to hear from you, man. $5. I hope this makes up for you not being a syndicated radio host with 100 million listeners every second. That's a shame, but yeah, thank you. If I get to that goal at 357 tonight, that'd make up for it. We got a long way to go, but that's okay. It's still early.
Was trying to get at is that just Alex Jones says these things. Not because he needs to get this off his chest or he wants to be an entertaining guy.
You're just saying what his motives are.
Okay. Well, what do you think his motives are? Then
again,
help me understand Alex Jones. You're friends with him.
I've listened to Alex since 2003.
Yeah.
And I've noticed him consistently over the years reference many texts that we lecture through on my channel. So it's become a mainstay of what I do is to kind of take all of those books that he references over the years to check to see if he's legit and if he's saying the right things. And most of what he says, I would say 90% of what Alex has said over the years has been accurate in terms of the big geopolitical perspective. There are minutiae areas where I would disagree, particularly with who he brought on during that time period of Sandy Hook that was not properly vetted. But when it comes to the big geopolitical stuff, most of the time I disagree. But there's been areas where I disagree with Alex over Trump. So I don't have a problem disagreeing with Alex, but I don't think that Alex is ultimately overall a bad person. I've met him, known him, personally for many years. So
okay. I mean, I base that on some other things that I'm not going to talk about here on the show, but people that
Xavier, $5. I never want to hear Brian say the word logical again. Thank you. Appreciate it. See how Brian poisons the well? I talked to his wife, and I won't say here, but I'm basing that I think he's not a good person on some things that I won't say here. Then why even bring it up?
Have known him very closer than you even. But we can leave it at that. I know this entire debate isn't.
Yeah, let's move
You
on.
didn't want to talk about it. But if you want
I
to,
mean, is it fair? Is it fair to bring up women that were close to Brian and make accusations about him? Is that fair? Or his ex-wife? I'm sorry, Jordan. Yeah. Is that fair? He would say that's outrageous.
talk about Iran, I'm happy.
Let's
to do
dive
that.
into Iran.
Yeah,
even though you
happy
both
to.
agree, maybe there's some slight.
Well,
I won't be
yeah.
taking Alex Jones out to dinner tonight. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Go ahead, Sean.
Jay, you want to start off with Iran and how you feel about the U.S. getting?
So that was 27 minutes of Brian Shapiro saying nothing of substance. I could sum up that 27 minutes like this. I think Alex Jones is a really bad man, and he intentionally lies about all sorts of shit. And how could you hang out with him? And Jay's like, I disagree. I don't think he's a bad man from what I've seen of him. And I think it's low tier to talk about people's motives like that when you don't have proof. Here we go. That's where we've gotten with 27 minutes.
How you feel like Trump's done with that relationship?
Yeah, so this is an issue that I've dealt with for many years. I've had a lot of debates publicly with Muslims for about 8 years straight. We've debated most of the top Muslims. I think maybe Junior is a future Muslim debate that we're going to do. So I'm very familiar with like the background of Sunni versus Shia Islam. I'm decently educated on the history of Iran. And I think the big issue with Iran is that this is really just a repeat of 1953 with the CIA coup, where they took out, Mossadegh to put the Shah in. Then you had the Shah failing, and you had Ayatollah Khashoggi being brought in with British intelligence and CIA assistance, all ultimately for Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which would become BP. So I think that from the very beginning, this was a destabilization, a regime change that was brought about for the purpose of a big corporate interest in Iran. I think it's really not that different today. If we fast forward to where we are now, it's a lot of repeat of what we saw with Iraq, which was, false intel, weapons of mass destruction, which are not true. Saddam was brought into power by the CIA, trained by the CIA. He's given weapons of mass destruction originally by the CIA to fight the Iran-Iraq war. And then when we decided that he had spoiled milk, then we didn't need Saddam anymore. And I've never been pro-war all the way back to 9/11. I've been anti-war pretty much because I think most of the wars are fought for interests not in the best purview of the American people. They're fought.
This is very similar to my beliefs in all of these. Very similar. And so I too agree. Now, brief side, notice that he didn't say it was all for Israel. Right, which is what people told me that Jay would tell me. I think there are motivations, including corporate interests and other interests, in addition to interests for Israel. There could be motivations that I do not think are good motivations for this conflict. But yeah, I'm of similar belief. I feel that our intel agencies set up a problem. Right, they arm a certain group of people, they do something, and then that gives them an excuse 10 years later to say, oh, that's a problem. Now we need to go in there again. So that's, in general, where I'm at as well.
For corporate and banking interests for the most part. I'm not a pacifist. I believe in self-defense. But so the same situation with Iran, I think that we've seen the administration all the way back to Obama with the Green Revolution. They were pushing for a kind of a more democratic NED style color revolution back in 2009, 10, 11. But now what we have is a situation where Trump has just greenlit under, I think, probably influence from Bibi Netanyahu to go for a full on just,
there we go. There you brought up
taking them out.
Netanyahu.
And go back 30 years. I think we were playing the clips yesterday on Hodge Twins where Bibi is like saying, they're 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. And then like every few years, it's the same 2 weeks. And it's like, so it's like 2 weeks to flatten the Iran was my joke on Twitter. Not making jokes about, but I mean, the same situation where, it's 2 weeks to flatten the curve, but then it's going to turn into protracted war. This is different than Syria. Syria, it took 15 years to take down Assad, to install by CIA and Western support a very radical Sunni regime under Jolani. That's something that was mentioned in the clean break memo. It's something that goes back to Oded Yunan's strategy. So I think that all of those are a disaster for the West and for America. They basically only benefit the Greater Israel Project, and I disagree with all that.
It pains me to say I agree with a lot of what you just said. Not much of a debate there, but I will say this. When Donald Trump was running for office again, he said he was going to be the peace president.
The peace candidate.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll never have war again. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
Probably the best.
That's true. He said that. And he said there were, he's going to be a new regime president and all that. Tulsi Gabbard testified 10 months ago under oath that there was no reason to believe, based on our own intelligence, that they were furthering their nuclear capabilities.
Correct.
We were told 8 months ago, obliterated, I believe is the word. Obliterated. I'm sorry. Obliterated. I always get that mixed up. Obliterated their nuclear capabilities. Then we heard it was regime change. And then when they figured it out, well, wait, we're going to have boots on the ground if there's regime change. Then they said, well, these civilians need to rise up.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean? Then Marco Rubio, in some terminology, was blaming Israel. And I agree, by the way, with a lot of the stuff you said about Benjamin. Listen, I'm a Jewish guy. It's not anti-Semitic to be critical of the Israeli government. I've maintained that position. I am very anti-Israeli government. I am very pro-Israeli people. I think they're great people, but I'm anti-Benjamin Netanyahu, who plays Donald Trump like a fiddle. Then we were told by Marco Rubio that Israel forced our hand. Then we have this school bombing. And Donald Trump, it was a Tomahawk missile. Iran doesn't have Tomahawk missiles. Everybody knows that. And he blames Iran. Does he even know that they don't have Tomahawk missiles? It's this guy is such a madman and he's such an imbecile. And Pete Hegseth is. They don't take responsibility. We're told this is the party of protecting children. And now we're told, well, this was about the Marines and this was about attacking the ships. I agree with what you said about Iraq. That was an ill-advised war.
I mean,
thousands of Americans.
I mean, even when he's agreeing with Jay here, it's just, it's all over the place. It's sort of whatever.
Soldiers died. Hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqis died. Trillions of dollars that we're still paying off. How is this any different? Are you disappointed? You voted for Trump. I know you're not defending this war, which I appreciate. Are you disappointed in your vote? Kamala Harris would not have started. You could have your criticisms of Kamala, and that's fine. And we can get into that. I'm not saying she was perfect. She would not have started a war in Iran. I do not believe this war would have happened.
Well, it's similar to, a lot of what...
I don't know if that's true. Kamala would have been worse in so many ways. She'd still be overall worse, right? But I can't say for sure that she wouldn't have attacked. But anyways, interested to hear Jay's perspective here.
Obama campaigned upon. We saw Obama campaigning as a peace candidate back in the day. We saw him then reversing with the drone strikes that he was involved in. So I didn't have high hopes for politics to be anything other than what it usually is. I was involved in promoting Ron Paul back in 2007 and 2008, Rand Paul campaign, and I saw back then the way that Ron Paul was sort of sidelined and kind of kept out of the political discourse. And so my vote for Trump was mainly based on a lot of the policies that he supported, which are kind of older 90s centrist Democrat type
America
policies.
first, though, right, Jay?
Sure.
You think some of these policies are America first?
No, I'm saying what he campaigned on.
Okay.
And
so he campaigns on a lot of things that he lies about. We're going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it.
I'm saying that I disagree with the main areas that my main issues are that I can think of with Trump. I think Warp Speed was a huge failure. I think that was a mistake. I think he did that probably at the behest of a lot of pharmaceutical and corporate interests. That's my opinion on that. I think that it was a mistake to talk a lot about the Federal Reserve, but not really to go after the Federal Reserve. I think that's a huge problem for the country, for the economics, and then also to promote the war for Israel's benefit. Really, those are the main things off the top of my head that I can think of with Trump.
Those are big things.
Well, I mean, those are my main.
Those are pretty important things, don't you think?
But I mean, again, I respect Jay, and I try to also be like this, which is where I try to be like, hey, here are things that I don't like that the guy I voted for did. That's markedly different than when you see from the vast majority of Democrats. And I would guess from Brian Shapiro. Even something as simple as Joe Biden's significantly cognitively impaired would have been fought against tooth and nail. So, I mean, it's seen as like, it's so funny to watch this, like, aren't you disappointed? Yeah, here's a litany of things I'm disappointed with Trump. Yes. Now, care to share the same courtesy? No, not at all.
Again, I'm not a Trump apologist, but I'm an issues person. What I'm saying is that since 2007, I was really disaffected with mainline party politics.
What about rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin in Alaska? What about no concessions? What about the fact that Russia is giving intel to Iran right now, and Trump, they just don't seem to want to talk about that. They've had pleasant conversations in the last week.
Yeah.
Rolling out the red carpet, he blamed Vladimir Zelensky, called him a dictator, and he blamed Ukraine for the war. Let me tell you something. If Iran had invaded Israel, I might feel a little differently about this war.
Well, here's where we disagree, right? No, I would be anti-Ukraine for sure.
Who started the war in Ukraine?
NATO.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Vladimir, who
No,
invaded?
all the way back
who
to
invaded
2012.
Ukraine?
No, it's funny because he'll be like, oh, yeah, Netanyahu and blah, blah, blah. But as soon as you're like, oh, okay. Do you think they also had influence in pushing other conflicts like via NATO through Syria, through Ukraine, etc.? No.
NATO was provoking Russia, and they did not keep to the agreements during the Cold War about not expanding. NATO
Jay, who
expanded.
invaded Ukraine?
Again,
Who started
NATO
the violence first?
provoked Russia to invade.
Okay, I didn't ask you who provoked. Who
Well, it
invaded?
matters.
Who invaded Ukraine?
Russia
Thank you.
was
Who
provoked.
started the
by
violence?
Ukraine. Who put the
I could
who
provoke-
put the biolabs
I could
all around Russia?
I could provoke somebody
Who
to
put
murder.
the biolabs
Okay,
all
but
around
hold on.
Russia?
I could provoke somebody
This
to
is
murder.
geopolitics. It's a false analogy.
Okay, I can provoke.
Right now, if it's literally just going to be who attacked first, that's it. We don't look at the rationale for it, right? Well, then we would be able to say, as long as Trump could make a claim, here is Iran state-sponsored terrorism that attacked X. That was one of our buildings. That was them attacking first. Now we're justified, right? He would say, no, of course not. It's just low tier. If you could prove that there was an intentional provocation that made it so that Russia was then basically in their national defense interests felt they had to attack, you could certainly put blame at NATO. Now, I still think you could blame Russia and say that still doesn't justify the attack. But I too, like Jay, have gone deep into not only these biolabs, but the encircling, the doing things like attacking Assad that was one of the allies of Russia. The color revolution in 2014 that the United States either helped set up in the first place or at least was taking away a reliably pro-Russia government in Ukraine and helping facilitate a pro-Western government, which pissed off Russia. All of these things are true.
Somebody to murder somebody, but I'm not asking you who provoked. I'm asking you who committed the
Who
crime.
put the biolabs all around Russia as a offensive provocation?
Nobody forced Vladimir Putin
It is
to
forced.
invade Ukraine.
It is a forcing.
I disagree with you.
Well, again, that Ukraine is actually historically Russia anyway, and it was only Ukraine after Lenin and after World War One.
Okay, so Jay,
So it's not even a real country. It's a country
Ukraine didn't
created-
start this war.
It's a country that was created by the West and by communists to sever that center of power
I understand.
from Russia.
I understand
so
what
that's
you're
the history.
I understand, but Ukraine did not start the war. They did not
I
start the war.
disagree.
Okay, well,
I think that NATO and the West provoked the war so that then they could
so
say
you think
that,
Zelensky is a dictator?
in many ways he acts like a dictator with persecuting
So
Orthodox. He
Zelensky's-
persecutes the Orthodox Church and shuts it down. So, yeah,
So Zelensky started the war and he's a dictator. You agree with Donald
he
Trump?
didn't
on that?
start the war.
Well, Donald
he
Trump
was-
said that. Was he lying?
He may be speaking about for political reasons. He didn't start the war. I think NATO started the war again.
Don't you think it's kind of important if you're the president of the United States to not lie
I have a
about?
problem criticizing Trump, but
Yeah,
I will defend the fact that I don't think
Right.
that Russia started the
Okay,
war.
well-
NATO provoked the war.
I can tell you this
Has
war.
NATO expanded since the Cold War?
Well, no, but I
Have
can
they?
tell you
Yes,
that.
they have.
Well, hold on a second. Let me just go back.
They've
to
been putting bases and biolabs. That came out.
Okay.
The Pentagon admitted yes, there's biolabs in Ukraine.
But that still doesn't defend. It's not a defense for Vladimir
It's a
Putin invading
provocation.
Ukraine.
It's a provocation.
Okay, so do you
If
think we?
people, if let's say people, if they started coming into your property, and they were saying, "Oh, well, you don't have a right to, react because we're not actually causing you to react. We're just coming on your property."
So do
then
you
you
think
would
it's
react.
appropriate for an evil, murderous dictator, which is who Vladimir Putin is? I would hope that we could at least, even though we disagree on this, you would agree with me that Vladimir Putin doesn't have a regard for human life. He kills journalists in his own country that disagree with him. If you talk about Vladimir Putin on the phone, there have been instances where you're mad.
Okay, listen. That's fine. If Brian wants to make this argument, fine. Now let's do Khomeini. Has Khomeini murdered journalists? Has he murdered protesters? So does that mean that we're justified? See how it'll be different all of a sudden? Sure, maybe Putin's a bad guy. And Jay's position's consistent. It's like, look, I don't like Khomeini. I don't like Putin. Yeah, sure, maybe they're bad guys. So Brian's argument's going to be, yeah, but we evaluate that with Putin, but not Khomeini.
Massacred. He's an evil dictator. Can we at least agree on that?
All heads of state operate in a similar way. The U.S. assassinates people all the time. So
Can you tell me where the U.S.
Let me finish
assassinated journalists?
yeah, all the time. Udo Ulfkotte is
Okay, I'm unfamiliar with
famous
that.
journalist who was assassinated in
Okay.
Germany for
Which-
talking about the CIA infiltrating and using German media for Western purposes.
Okay.
And so whether or not Putin himself had the journalist assassinated, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised because a lot of journalists are actually also undercover as spies.
If
So,
anybody listened to my show for 30 seconds, if I was talking about Vladimir Putin that way in Russia, I would be murdered. In the United States of America, even though Donald Trump is trying to take
Mhm.
away our First Amendment rights to criticize him, he does it all the time. He calls people like me vermin and the enemy within. We still have the right in this country to our First Amendment to criticize politicians and the president in Russia.
I mean, you literally said that if it was up to you, Alex Jones wouldn't be allowed to have a show. That was remember that? Remember when he made that argument? Remember? Wasn't that long ago?
You
No,
will
that's
be murdered if you do that. That's what makes
No.
him a dictator. That's part of what makes him a dictator. And the point I was trying to make was that Donald Trump has, and I'm not saying you're a Trump apologist, but Donald Trump has rolled out the red carpet for an evil dictator on American soil.
Mhm.
To this day, no Russian sanctions. In fact,
I mean, this is so laughable. Trump in the first term was harder on Russia than the Obama administration. There was collusion with Russia in the 2016 election. It was the Democrats. I remember when Gavin Newsom cleaned up California finally to welcome in President Xi. Where Biden, who was voted for by Brian Shapiro, one of the first things he did was end the task force to see if the virus came from a lab in Wuhan and China was responsible. I remember when Biden allowed a Chinese spy balloon to fly over the country. I remember when Biden's son said, I'm working for the spy chief of China. They rolled out the red carpet for Xi. These arguments, listen, you will not hear me make an argument as to why it's bad to have diplomacy, even with foreign leaders that I find repugnant. I don't mind Biden's team talking to Xi. I don't mind if they would talk to Kim Jong-un. Fine. In fact, my criticisms of Trump with this war are that we should have tried better diplomacy with Iran. I don't like Khomeini. But I'm so tired. Like, it's one of the weakest arguments. There's so much shit to criticize about Trump. When I debated Destiny, he would make this. Well, he normalized talking with North Korea. Okay. And? When Democrats are like, let's send pallets of cash to Iran, they're like, oh, it's all good. It's good. That's diplomacy. But if Trump talks to Putin's like, yes, let's try to de-escalate. Let's talk. Oh, you're okay with that? You're okay? He rolled out the red carpet? Okay, but you guys did that for Xi. Well, that's different. That's diplomacy. It's such a stupid fucking argument. Again, a lot of what Brian's even saying in this part, him and Jay criticizing Trump and the attack in Iran, I agree with a lot of that. But this particular attack, he rolled out the red carpet for Putin. Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State when her husband, Bill Clinton, personally met with Vladimir Putin. Within 2 weeks, he was given $500,000, or within 2 months, we'll say. $500,000 to give one speech at a Russian state-owned bank. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton's department voted to allow the selling of uranium-1 to Russia. That happened under an Obama administration that Brian probably voted for. Have we heard the criticisms that Joe Biden was part of? Who he supported Joe Biden and voted for? This is what frustrates me. There are people that are like, Trump could do no wrong. We must support him no matter what. It's stupid. But these people are even worse. It's like every little thing. Oh, can you believe that Trump talked to Putin? Yeah. Sure. I'd have been fine with Biden talking to Putin too. Or Kamala. Yeah. What's the argument here? Again, they're going back to, oh, is Trump colluding with Putin? Is he secretly under the thumb of Putin? You want to talk about disinformation? That bullshit that was spread by the media, that was clearly bullshit the entire time, that resulted in illegal spying on Trump's team from our FBI. Mum's the word, I'm sure, for Brian Shapiro, though. Super chats. Phil James. Man, it's really storming outside here. Phil James, $10 says, you know, BS always says, Brian Shapiro always says we can agree on at least this, and it's some crazy non-comparison, right? AJC, another 10, thank you, says, Brian, why do you platform Destiny? Wouldn't that make you just as bad for talking to him and giving him praises? He would say, no, because what he would say is this, it's one that I platform anyone, but that doesn't mean I'm friends with Destiny. That's the difference. That's what he would say. And besides, what he did's not as bad. All right, let's keep going.
Blamed Ukraine. Now, I know I guess we disagree on what's going on in Ukraine, but Donald Trump's foreign policy is a joke. The world is laughing at us right now when it comes to tariffs, the 175.
I don't give a shit that the world's laughing. The world's also doing their best. He claimed to care about free speech. The world, i.e. our allies in Europe, are doing their damnedest to punish people for free speech online and to punish platforms like X that allow that free speech. So this, these principles that this fallacy of like, well, the world's laughing at us. They think, yes, the world wants presidents in the United States that will continue to sell out the people of the United States to benefit them. Take any country, Spain, France, United Kingdom. They'd be happy if they had their choose between a president that said, we're going to look for the interests of the American people first, or a president that said, we're going to look for the interests of the people of Spain first. I don't doubt that the president of Spain would be like, we like the guy that's looking out for Spain. Hey, rhetorically defective. Thanks for the raid or sending people over. Appreciate it. Keep going.
$1 billion that he stole from the American people. And now we were told we were going to get tariff checks. And now it's turned into, well, you can sue us if you'd like to. I can go policy by policy.
I mean, $1 billion that's been stolen. What, over tariffs? Okay. But if that's it, if we're going to say it was stolen from American people because it was a tax, then I assume we say the same about taxes that Democrats support, right? That's stealing money from American people. Just to be fair, right? No, that's different. Those taxes are good and legitimate. And again, I have no problem criticizing the shit out of what I think is not a great economy for a lot of people right now. Fair enough. And Trump's flippancy on it absolutely should be criticized. But it's rich coming from people that supported an economy that had far higher inflation, that people were struggling much further through, that had nothing to comment on it at the time. And then to watch them, all of a sudden they give a shit about inflation. In fact, I think the average high fuel price at Biden was like $5.09. The average fuel price today in this country is like $4.09. And these people are losing their fucking mind. But they didn't have shit to say when it was $5 under Biden.
With you, ICE, I agree that, because I'm sure this is a topic that you talk about a lot, which is immigration. I am pro border security. I want people to come to this country legally. However, I don't want people that have been in this country for decades, that pay taxes, that have families here, sent to an El Salvador prison. That's happened. Not everybody was nonviolent, but the majority of those.
But do you see, like, even it is so frustrating. So we went from, okay, somehow we went from like, we're having agreements on Iran. And then he just starts meandering about Iran and then gets like, and Putin. And then Jay gets a couple words like, well, look, we disagree about this. There's provocation. Oh, whatever, but we can at least agree on this. And then tariffs, and Trump stole money. And now the border's secure, and I want a secure border. But I don't like the people who are deported to El Salvador. And all of this is like just 20 seconds that he says. Which is fine. It's like, okay, let's hamper down on one of these. Let's get into the weeds. But it's never that. As soon as you try, it's like, well, here's something completely different.
People, I think it was over 60% of the people that they sent to an El Salvador prison were non-violent criminals. I don't want people murdered in the streets. What happened in Minneapolis is a travesty. What happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy is repugnant. It's terrible. And then you had Kristi Noem, who is no longer there now, who called them domestic terrorists hours after these shootings without a full investigation. And by the way, the evidence proves it. That's why they took that Bovino asshole out of Minneapolis and they, took out 2,000 or 3,000 troops. Listen, violent criminals, 90% of the country, Democrats and Republicans agree. If you're a violent criminal and you're undocumented, deported. Absolutely, I'm on board with that. But I have a serious problem with come on into our country. Just do it the right way. Do it legally. We don't care what the color of your skin is. Which is the party that has made it more difficult for people to become legal citizens? In some cases, it takes 10 or 15 years for people to be naturalized.
What the fuck are we talking about? So we went from, we're deporting America. I want a secure border, but we're sending people to bed. And there's murders in Minneapolis and Renee Good and Alex Preddy and Kristi Noem said they were terrorists and Greg Bovino's been fired. So you know that was true. And I want people to come to legal way. Which party makes it harder? So all of that in like a 40-second period. Well, why is that? For example, I might say, well, why is that the key value we should have? I want the party that will stop the tens of millions of people coming in illegal. I find that to be a higher priority than making it easier for other people to come in. But we're not going to get into a comparative analysis of why one of those should be preferred over another.
The Democrat Party has tried to come up with a way to make it easier for people to get a pathway to citizenship. And meanwhile, Republicans make it more difficult. Let's make it easier for people.
Right. Their argument is we want these people, so we'll let them in illegally and then say it'd be rude to kick them out. But we're the good people because we want them to be here. But if you say, oh, so you intentionally wanted these people to be here. That's great replacement theory. That's racism. You can't say that. Clearly, we didn't want these people, but we do want these people and we want to make it easier for them to get here.
I want them to be vetted, but let's make it a little bit easier for people to become citizens and let's give them some more incentives. And if you happen to be undocumented and you're non-violent criminal, which I think is important, then you have to pay a penalty, but let's come up with something.
Yes, that penalty is go home. Sounds good.
That works for the American people. I don't think separating
that works.
Families and murdering people on the streets is good.
They didn't murder people on the streets, and you're right. We shouldn't separate families. Send their families back with them. Problem solved.
Policy, and that's what the Trump administration has done.
I would actually just say we don't need immigration really at all. I think we have enough human resource and capital here in the West in America that we don't actually need the replacement of the indigenous people. And that's kind of a war crime in my view. This is a known strategy. You can read Kelly Greenhill's book. She's she writes for Cornell University, I think, Weapons of Mass Migration. So this is a known geopolitical strategy technique to change the people groups. Specifically with Europe, you have the Kalergi plan. I read Kudnov-Kalergi. It's real. His book, Practical Idealism, discusses this explicitly. That plan was adopted by the Royal Society to change the demographics of the European Union. And then we have the same situation, I think, in America, where you have the flooding of the country with all kinds of third world people to change the demographics, not just for political reasons, but I think ultimately for long-term socialist international reasons.
So if we're going to analyze this as a debate, here's a point of contention, right? Now, this would be great to have this debated out. Two claims have been made. Brian makes a claim, I would like to see a pathway to have more people come in. Let's get rid of the violent people. Let's have a pathway for more people to come in, right? That would be beneficial to the country. Jay's argument is, no, this is an intentional displacement of the local population. So I completely disagree with you. This is an area of 100% disagreement. You want more people coming in, I want less. I think it's a war crime. I think this is an intentional displacement of people. Okay, now, to be honest, Jay sounds better here. He's more succinct and he's citing books and the names of plans, but that don't mean shit that he's going to win that argument, right? Here is an argument that now we're at complete loggerheads. This isn't, we sort of agree, or it's not an argument of like, well, this is what why you shouldn't hang out with this person. Here we go. This would be good to debate out. So let's see. Let's see if Brian's like, okay, here's my rationale for why we need more people. And Jay says, here's why I disagree with that. Here's the harms of bringing in more people. That's what I would like to see. I think that would be a good debate. I suspect that won't happen, and my bias leads me, a bias, by the way, that's born out of past evidence that I've seen, that it'll be Brian Shapiro that moves this on to something very quickly. But if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Let's see what happens.
So we can give
Oh,
a
by the way, he'll probably say that's racist.
history lesson on immigration, and we can talk about the past. But what I'm talking about right now is the future and where this country is at right now. Will you agree with me that the shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy
Well, that took 3 seconds. Now we're back to Renee Good and Alex Preddy. So we had an actual policy disagreement, a fundamental disagreement on what America should be and what the policy should be regarding immigration. Could not be more diametrically opposed. A great place for argumentation. And immediately, he's like, but what about Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
were horrible. They weren't handled properly. And we had a woman in Chicago who was shot 5 times, almost died. And everybody in ICE, including Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, everybody based on text messages were praising this guy for shooting this woman 5 times. They claimed that Miss Martinez was impeding an investigation. And then all of a sudden, when the body camera footage came out, it said the total opposite, and they retracted the charges. Did anybody apologize? No. Are those officers still out there? Yes. That's wrong. Can we agree that that's wrong?
I mean, and I don't doubt that in some of these situations you have absolutely horrible mistakes like that. I would probably agree with that. And I don't know the specifics of those cases because I'm more focused on the bigger geopolitical.
But you watched.
The Renee Good thing, he's absolutely full of shit. Alex Preddy, we spent a lot of time on. The other case that he's talking about, the camera footage wasn't as clear-cut as what they're saying, right? And just because they proceeded to not file charges doesn't mean that she wasn't impeding in a way that justified a use of force. But again, Jay's thing's going to be like this. I'm sort of more concerned with like the overarching policies and like what the philosophical implication of what our country should be. And you're like, but what about this one guy? What about this one situation? That's what Jay's going to say. I'll guarantee that's where Jay's going.
But you're saying, right? But you're saying, oh, we don't need a history lesson. I actually do need a history lesson because if what I'm talking about is true, then there's a longer, broader strategy.
So you don't want immigrants in here at all?
We don't need any more. No, not.
So you want to just close the borders for everybody?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, obviously, I disagree with you on that.
Okay, but that's fine. But the reason that I'm saying that is because there is a real long-term socialist strategy to change the demographics of the entire West, and these documents point to that. This goes all the way to.
What does it matter to you where someone comes from? What does it matter if they're
okay? So Jay's like, good on Jay for like, okay, I want to take it back to what I was saying. Why I actually disagree with the idea of making it easier for people to come. I think there is a legitimate strategy for demographic replacement. Okay, so now Brian's like, okay, but why do you care where people come from? Well, Jay's argument isn't, I care where people come from. Jay's argument is, there are people that don't have the interest of the American people or the people in the West, for that matter, at best interest, at heart. And so they are intentionally replacing those populations with compliant people. And Brian, why do you care where they come from? Is Brian trying to take it to like, are you racist? It's not what Jay said thus far. Now, maybe Jay will say that, but I'm not surprised.
People's heritage and tradition makes sense. All the people who come here.
How does that affect
all
you?
the people that come here certainly believe that. So
what does it matter where somebody was from, so long as, or the color of their skin?
For example,
so long
if
as
they have Sunni Islamic beliefs, it matters quite a bit.
Okay, but if they're not breaking the law and they're decent people and they're family people, why does it affect?
It's way more complex than that because, for example, in Islam, they have the idea and the belief that you pretend to be amenable and affable to the society that you're going into. And then over time, when you gain power, then you overthrow them. That's in the Quran.
Okay, well.
So that's one example.
Do you have friends that are Islam?
So, and again, we could point to the negative ramifications of bringing in mass amounts of these people. Places like the United Kingdom, we see sexual assault rates going through the roof. We see more money needed, less productivity for these people. They're taking from the government more than they're putting in. And eventually they'll vote. We see what goes on in places like Dearborn, Michigan with the Somali fraud and all of this shit. And the idea that we have to be like, oh, all people are the same. And why do we care? Why do we care what you look like, what your beliefs are? As long as they're XYZ law and you follow XYZ law, why do we care? Well, because these people will then be given the rights to have as much of a say as me, and they may change the laws from XYZ to ABC. And I don't like ABC. And I don't find ABC is cohesive for what the foundational idea of this country should be and what our sort of Christian values are. So I'm allowed to say, I don't like the fact that the government says, geez, these populations here believe XYZ, and we don't like that. So let's bring in mass amounts of people that will change that to ABC. And Brian says, so what? Who cares? Who cares? If that's intentional, who cares? What's it matter to you? Because I like XYZ. Similarly, someone who lives in Zimbabwe might say, you know what I don't want? A bunch of white people from the United States coming into our country to where they could outvote us and saying, okay, now we're going to do things completely different. And I bet Brian would say, of course that makes sense. Why would they want that? It's only the Western countries that aren't allowed to say, we like our values. We like the foundational principles of our countries, and we want to keep it that way. We don't want to mass import people from cultures that don't jive with ours. But of course, there's no argument as to why that's a good thing. Have you heard one argument that Brian's made thus far? As to the positives of this, he just says, why not? And eventually it'll be a moral argument. You're racist if you don't want it.
Dissent?
That are Muslim?
Yeah. You have any friends?
Do I have any friends?
Yeah.
No, Brian.
No, that's not what I know you have friends.
I mean,
You know
I've,
what I
been,
meant.
I've
didn't mean it like
interacted
that.
with all of the top
Okay,
Muslims for 8
but
years.
do you interaction is one thing, but like do you spend time with people of Muslim faith?
Not
Ever?
really.
Okay, so I have, and I didn't say you didn't have friends. I was I
fine.
misspoke.
That was a joke.
That's fine. But I can tell you that I know a lot of people that are Muslim that live in this country, maybe a couple dozen, and they're good people. They're nice people. They're family people. Not every Muslim wants harm on America. Not every Muslim is a terrorist, but there are people on the right that do.
Okay, what does this have shit all to do? Jay's like, I didn't say that, right? I have other reasons for not wanting mass migration and wanting to stop migration. It's not because every Muslim wants to kill us all. It's not what I said. And he's like, yeah, but people on the right say that. Okay, then couldn't Jay counter with, yes, but I've heard Muslims say death to America and they want to kill us all. And Brian would say, yeah, but that's not all Muslims. Doesn't matter. Same rationale. If you're saying, because I've heard people say all Muslims want to kill us, then I'm going to bring this up in debate and impugn your side with that. Wouldn't it be fair game to say, okay, I've heard Muslims say they want to kill us all?
Laura Loomer thinks that all Muslims should be deported. She is despicable. She is a racist. Now, I disagree with you on the fact that you don't want any immigrants in this country at all. But I will say this. Every single time Donald Trump says, make America great again, it always meant to me, make America white again.
Oh! Who would have thought? Have you heard Brian give one argument for migration so far? The argument's just, why not, you racist? That's it. He hasn't given one positive reason.
That's what I believe many in his base believe.
Well, wouldn't that be racist?
Yes. Yes.
But you're saying racism is wrong.
Absolutely, it's wrong. And I'm saying his slogan, and a lot of people that abide by his slogan, want America to be white. And I don't know if
but
that's
you just said what's wrong with the people coming here having.
I don't see anything wrong with people from.
What's wrong with them having their heritage and their tradition? Right.
Well, it depends specifically what you're talking about. But if they're not breaking the law, then let them believe in what they believe.
What's wrong with people who are white having their heritage and their tradition if they're not breaking the law?
Okay, I don't have a problem with that either.
Okay.
But what you're saying,
right? It seemed like you were like, oh, these people come in and they have their own beliefs as long as they don't break the law. That's cool. We should welcome them in. We should allow them to do that. Okay, why would it be different with white folks? Well, it's not. But now let's hear the but.
To me, is you don't want any immigrants in this country.
Sure.
Okay.
But I mean,
think that's wrong.
Does Japan have to take in third world people?
First of all,
do they have to?
That's a different.
There we go. It's different. It's only the West. It's only the West that has to do it. Here we go.
Country. I'm talking about the United States. What makes America?
Is this a universal principle?
No. I believe the United States.
Okay, so it's not a universal principle. So you could be exclusionary to different races of people, and that's not universally bad. Got it. It's only bad. So you can't then make a moral claim. You can only make a practical application claim at that point. If you say it is not immoral for Japan to say, we don't want people of other ethnicities, religions, cultures, etc. to come in. If that's not immoral and it's okay for them to do that, then your objection to the United States doing the same can't be a moral objection because the morality of it has to be a universal principle. Okay, so it's not moral. Now you're just going to make a practical. Here's why it wouldn't work for us. We need these people of different cultures because it helps us economically or it helps us culturally or militaristically. So I don't want to hear the word racist anymore. Because racism implies some sort of moral standard which would have to be universal, or else there is no moral standard. Now, watch how that goes right out the window, I'm sure.
Not universal.
The United States of America was
so it's
founded.
particular just to America.
Well, we live in the United States, so I'm going to speak on what I want here in the country.
So
that
it
I
only
live
applies to people in America
In
that
a
are white.
perfect-
It doesn't apply to
in a-
other countries.
in a perfect-
So it's relative.
in a perfect world.
It's arbitrary.
In a perfect
Is it
world,
arbitrary?
I'm answering you. In a perfect world, I would love the entire world to operate in a state of live where you want to live,
Mhm.
have the religion that you want, and I don't want people to be judged based on religion or sin
So
color.
Japan should take third world
In a
migrants.
perfect world,
Should they?
in a perfect world, I would want
Well,
every
you want to
government.
talk about this world. So should they in this world?
Yeah, I think everybody across.
Every country should take in immigrants
I think
at untold amounts.
Uh,
Infinity.
as long as you're vetted properly.
They
Okay.
must take in infinity, brother.
Well, I mean,
Now you see the absurdity of the position. Okay, so then every single country that's not doing this is racist. They're to be morally impugned. Do we want to see which countries take in the most migrants from different countries and different cultures? I think the United States pretty high up in the list of being less racist. Using his definition. It's clearly an absurd standard. So you could already see how he waffled. No, Japan shouldn't have to. Yes, I would like to see them. You see? Does this sound like someone who's thought through their moral convictions on the subject?
listen, I come from a different cloth, I guess. And in my personal opinion, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what the color of your skin is.
Unless you're white in
I don't
America.
care. No, you're not letting me finish. No, it has nothing to do with that.
So it's a double standard.
No, it's not a double standard. You're not hearing me out.
Okay.
I don't care where you're from.
Mhm.
You could be white. You could be black. I don't care. You could be as 100% white like me. I want everyone to have the same opportunities
Mhm.
as long as you're vetted properly. Yes, I do want border security.
Okay, so then if I'm taking at face value what he's saying, there should be no limitations on migration whatsoever. As long as you're not a criminal, you go to a port of entry, they check your past, you're not a criminal, you should be let in the United States. Everyone in the world, regardless of their ethnicity, their religion, their geographic place of birth, etc., everyone deserves the same opportunities, which implies we have no right to restrict and close the door and say we can't take anymore, because that would be us being selfish. Now, it's easy to see how that immediately, particularly then when you listen, and I'm sure that he's going to believe in many aspects of the welfare state. Of course we should provide food to people. Of course we should provide health care to people. Now, it doesn't take a genius to see what that looks like. Okay, so that 1 billion people decide they want to come to the United States. We have to give them all food and health care? They deserve the equal opportunities of all of us, right? How much wealth was Brian Shapiro's family born with? That seems unfair. They didn't have equal opportunities as him, right?
I want people to be vetted. But the difference, the fundamental difference here is I don't care where you're from as long as you don't have
Right.
bad intentions.
That's great that you don't care about that, but that wasn't the question. The question was about the ethics of an entire country taking in massive amounts of other third world migrants. That was the question.
First of all, it's dependent upon are they coming in the right way? It's dependent upon are they properly vetted?
But who determines what the right way is? Just what our law says? Great. Jay's position is to change the law. We don't want them. So now there is no right way to come in. So then you're fine with that, right? He would say no. Okay, then who determines what the right way is? Who determines what the criteria is for what is someone who's allowed to be here? Is it literally just, well, we don't have on record that you've committed a violent crime? Is that it? Is the United States, or for that matter, any other country in the world, allowed to say, we only want people that we think will be a net benefit, and we have some criteria of what we think will be beneficial? Are we allowed to do that? Or is that based on the language he said? I would guess the answer is no, because he said everyone in the world deserves equal opportunity.
It's dependent upon where are they going to go. Are they going to be able to provide something to the United States, tools and skills that they have? That's part of the vetting process.
Wait a minute. I thought equal opportunity. How does that make sense? That seems contradictory. So if a person's disabled, they were born disabled, and they try to get into the United States, well, sorry, we vetted you and you can't contribute enough. You can't come in. He would say, that's not an equal opportunity.
So as long as you're doing that properly and we don't have bad people, which I don't want, I don't want bad people coming.
Who defines what a bad person is? He thinks MAGA are bad people. He would think people that think homosexuality is a sin and we shouldn't celebrate Pride Month are bad people.
Here, I don't want people that want to do harm to America. I don't want rapists or child molesters or, quite frankly, people that you support like Donald Trump. I don't want people like that in this country.
See? And you don't want people that support Trump. There it is, straight from the horse's mouth. The people he thinks are good should be allowed to come. The people that he thinks are bad shouldn't be allowed. And a lot of what he thinks good and bad isn't just do you commit serious crimes, violent crimes. It's going to be, what are your political beliefs? It's all a shell game. It's just an excuse for them to say, we like certain people. We view the world through the lens of oppressed versus oppressor. And we want to benefit these people, and we don't like the people that are here.
And if they're properly, I'm being serious though. I know it's funny, but I'm being serious. I don't want people like Donald Trump here, orange people like Donald Trump, who are 34 count felon, liable sexual abusers, people that you support like Donald Trump, who's named thousands of times in the Epstein files. I don't want people like that in this country. I don't care what the color of their skin is like you. I don't care what country they're from. I don't want people in this country like Donald Trump. And I can give you multiple reasons why. You voted for a 34 count felon. You voted for a liable sexual abuser.
Now, we tried to talk about both of these cases when I talked to him. He's like, they found him guilty. That's all that matters. Then when you're like, oh, so anytime a jury finds guilty. No, anyways, what about the Epstein files? Same talking points over and over. No substance.
Why are you so worried about people from other countries coming here when the guy who you support, the president of the United States,
It's like a fallacy machine.
No, it's not a fallacy.
It is, and that's what I was just going to say. The fallacies are adding up so fast. So somehow we got from like, I think that I just want everyone that wants to come in to have equal opportunity be allowed to come in. And I think the party that's doing that should be better. And Jay's like, I 100% disagree. I think that we need to stop immigration. I think that there is specific plans that were done to displace the populations of the people in this country, and they have the right to say we don't want that to happen, and we should stop that from occurring. And he's like, oh, that's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. We should allow all these people in. Even a country like Japan, should they be forced to take third worlds? No. Oh, okay. So then what's the principle? It only applies to the United States. Well, okay, I guess, yes, that I do want Japan to take those people. Okay, well, who exactly, who do you want? And he goes up in this time, I want good people, not bad people. I don't want people like Trump. And Trump's a 34 count felon and you voted for him. And Trump was held liable for sexual abuse. So you voted for him and that's bad and blah, blah, blah. What does that have anything to do with the principle that we're talking about? He took it to Trump because he's uncomfortable. All he knows are those talking points. He's uncomfortable actually talking about the substance of these immigration policies. So take it to somewhere like Trump, and then hopefully you can keep the conversation focused on Trump, and Trump being bad. Easy talking points that you could get to because he can't defend your immigration position.
Just saying it's logic.
You don't actually know what fallacies are because you demonstrated that earlier.
Okay,
you didn't know what appeal to masses was. As a
I know.
fallacy, so.
I know what someone who is a threat to this country looks like, and I know what someone who is not. An immigrant.
But you think that massive amounts of people should be able to come into the country, so I don't think you actually have a good assessment of what threats.
Thank you, American Dad. Member for 17 months. Thank you. Says Brian's one of the most acoustic lefties out there. He's very acoustic. Jordan Lofgren, $5. Thanks. Says not comparing Trump to him, but you know what else was a felon? Jesus Christ. These morons don't get that legality is separate from morality. Correct.
are,
I don't think
because
you have a good assessment.
Your situation would allow for the complete disintegration of the
I don't
country.
think you have a good assessment of what's good for this country and what's not. You
Okay.
want you want our
Well, your
borders.
assessment was based on just purely subjective, what you want.
You
So
want
it's
our borders
arbitrary.
to be closed.
Is-
You,
okay.
you don't want any
That would be good
immigrants.
for the country.
Okay,
right?
but
so countries that
is
have
voting
closed
for Donald
borders,
Trump, but voting for
countries
Trump's
that-
good for the country. That's
well,
good for the country.
given what he campaigned,
Starting ill-advised
given what
wars
he
and-
campaigned on. Yes.
Now, do you see, like, and Jay's being very malleable. Jay's allowing him to steer the direction of the debate. But do you see? Now, like, Jay's about to make the point, your immigration plan would disintegrate the country. I think my plan would be good for the country. And he's about to say, when we look at the countries that have more secure borders and are letting less people in, they're doing better. That's one of the arguments that Jay's about to make. But Brian interjects, was it good to vote for Trump? Was that good? Right? And then Jay's like, well, yeah, the policies he ran on were good. And
Yeah. So yeah, but he's not doing that. Who cares what this guy
That's
says? It's
irrelevant to
action.
what you calling me out for debate for voting for what he campaigned.
You
on.
want good people in
You're
this
trying
country.
to associate me with a bad guy again, which is
Well,
just
yeah,
how
because you support him and you voted for him. You have no problem supporting
I
a
disagree
felon.
with his policies already.
What about his behavior? You want good people in this country. You don't want migrants coming in here.
Politicians have crazy behavior all
Really?
the way back.
Name me
to
another politician that's ever been the president that's a 34-count felon that's a liable sexual abuser. Please give me one example, Jay.
Well, I don't know what the number of
No,
felonies.
because you couldn't find that. Because you couldn't.
see, just straight up appeal. They said he's a 34-time felon. There you go. There you go. Now, imagine, what if that got over? What if all of a sudden the Supreme Court looked at it and said, this was absolutely outrageous, completely overturned. It was a political witch hunt. Would Brian say, my goodness, I'm sorry. My goodness. My argument, and I assume Jay's argument, seeing as how he seems to be interested in talking about things like corruption in a deep state, would be that there was a corrupt double standard, that they literally charged Trump in a way that they have never charged any other human being before. That Alvin Bragg watched the FEC say Hillary Clinton's team has to be fined because they paid a law firm for campaign research, which they then used, and they lied about it. They filed paperwork that misled, and instead of saying it was for campaign research, they said it was for legal fees. Alvin Bragg saw that, did nothing. Then he charged Trump with 34 felonies, saying Donald Trump filed paperwork that said something was legal fees when actually it was for campaign. The exact same thing that the FEC said Hillary's team did and got a fine. But Alvin Bragg chose not to go after her. Instead, it was beyond the statute of limitations. So Alvin Bragg came up with a completely new legal theory that said because this is a misdemeanor, which almost always results in fines, we will instead say that it is a misdemeanor in the commission of affecting the election, which would be a felony, in the commission of a third crime, which could be tax code violations, which could be misfiling paperwork, etc. A crime that is neither before nor after ever been charged. Now, he can't defend this. Brian can't defend the nuances of the charge or the double standard of them. He'll just say they found him guilty. That's all that matters. Appeal to authority. That's it. I don't have to look at the details. They said guilty. You know damn well that if a red state jury and a red state prosecutor would do something similar, he'd be like, this is bullshit. That guy campaigned on getting those left-wingers ball. It's ridiculous.
Find that.
Because
Name me
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. I don't defend Bill Clinton. You can try the what about?
I mean, I'm not doing what about. You asked me.
Whataboutism. You said name another person. He names a person. That's whataboutism. It's surreal. Literally, within 3 seconds, name another person. Okay, well, Bill Clinton, that's whataboutism. You just asked me to name another person.
How would that be a what about to answer your question?
It was Bill Clinton a 34-count felon?
I didn't say he was.
Oh,
I said there is probably nobody with 34 counts or whatever.
Yeah, you voted for that guy.
Well, you
So
asked
isn't
me an
that
absurd question to give a specific person who had 34 felons,
Listen,
which obviously there's not a person
well,
that would admit that. So
I mean, like, what if I said, name a person that cheated on their wife getting a BJ in the Oval Office while engaging in whitewater, where he was engaging in financial deals, that had one of their assistants that was supposedly offed himself by shooting himself in the back of the head twice. Oh, you can't name another person? Just Clinton? Well, there you go. He'd be like, that's so hyper specific. What is the utility of that?
Respect, I think it's absurd
Okay.
when you say you want our borders closed and you don't want
But you can't
any
tell me why
migrants
it's
coming
absurd.
here. Why?
Well,
Because
when I
we
asked
were-
you for the other countries,
we
for
were
that uni-
founded. I'm
So?
telling you, we were founded by immigrants.
but
The
not with
thing
open
I've
borders.
loved about this.
So you're going to go back
country-
to the founding. Does the founding allow for open borders?
I'm giving you my full explanation.
Okay.
We were my personal opinion is that
So it's relative.
it's the land of opportunity, and I believe that if you're vetted and you're you're not a criminal,
Mhm.
we should give everybody the opportunity to
Mhm.
succeed in this country. You go through the process of becoming a legal citizen.
Mhm.
There are a ton of immigrants that have.
Now, again, see, he again seemed to have changed his claim. The last time he started to talk about this, he said, and part of the vetting is to make sure that you could productive and help out the country. But now that's not what he says. He says you should be given the opportunity to do that as long as you're not a violent criminal. Now, again, if we take that to its logical extrapolation, that would mean billions of people. And if he favors any sort of social welfare programs, which you know he does, that quite literally would mean not only would our country be flooded with people that don't share our cultural values, that would be given citizenship to the equivalent of people that are already here, but that it would quickly not only overwhelm the country in terms of like the population, but as far as the social services as well. It's not tenable. And yet he's not going to get into details. He's like, I feel. Anyways, Trump, 34 felonies.
Come to this country that have done so many great things for this
Yeah, but
nation.
that has nothing to do with what I was arguing.
Well, I mean, you just want the borders to be completely
Sure.
closed, which I think is absurd.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But the countries that do that seem to do
I
well.
just
so-
disagree with you. I just think that, and again, you might not like the comparison I'm making here, but I think it's important.
He's going to compare it to Donald Trump. He's about to declare immigration. This is what he's going to say, right? He's going to say, you think we should keep out violent criminals that are immigrants and even some that aren't violent criminals, and yet you think that Donald Trump should have been president knowing he was a 34-time felon. Want to bet that's what he's about to do?
You seem to have a concern, and you think it's bad for the country to have immigrants coming here.
No, infinity immigrant.
Yeah. Well, again, I think maybe there needs to be something put in place, but you've made the case that you don't want immigrants here at all. You want to close the borders completely.
Yeah, it's
Right?
it's not needed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that you might think is not needed, but how does that affect you negatively? If immigrants are coming,
I'm
into
not
this
arguing
country-
for what.
Oh, well, there we go. We got sidetracked, so we didn't get there. Sam Slenderman, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate it, man. Now he's like, how's it affect you personally? And Jay's like, well, I'm not saying it affects me personally. I'm talking about the interest of the country at whole.
affects me personally. I'm just I'm
How is
thinking
it bad
the,
for America?
the country in general,
How?
and countries that have homogenous populations that keep to their traditions and their heritage seem to flourish and function better than those that are demographically changed. Hence why I was referring back to the older strategies of the War College and others that have written about how to do demographic replacement, which is a form of warfare.
You think immigrants, all undocumented immigrants that are in this country now, should all be deported?
Yes.
So people that have lived in this country for decades that have children here, how about anchor babies? Do you think they should be deported as well?
I would want the law to be changed on that. Yes.
So you think that if you're a 3 or a 4-year-old child that was born in this country, they should be deported?
Unfortunately, yeah.
You do. Okay.
Yes. All good. Thank you, Jay. Sounds good.
Okay, well, I think that's extremely harsh, and I disagree with you. By the way, if you're seeking asylum from a country, from Mexico, for
Mhm.
example, and you're going about it the right way and you filled out the right paperwork, it
Mhm.
is illegal for the Trump administration to deport you. Do you understand that they're doing that right now? It is against the law, and they're going
Mhm.
against what our Constitution says. It's happening right now as we speak. You have ICE
Yeah.
agents outside of courtrooms when they are filled.
Again, you say this, but Trump continually wins these cases as they go up. There are handfuls of cases like Kilmark, Brega, Garcia that you could say the courts eventually won that he wasn't allowed to be deported in the way he was. But we see over and over again that the higher courts, despite the fact that we see the gnashing of the teeth of people like Brian Shapiro, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. That is not what the higher courts have said. That is not it.
out the proper paperwork.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're focusing on minutia of bad situations that happen to individuals and masses of tens of millions of people, when the overall net negative for the country is more important than the minutia. And one person is a news story, but the statistics of millions of people get forgotten. So it's more.
I mean, it would, again, yes, this is true. And the reason is this, like, I talked about this recently with the Pittsburgh City Council. We were looking at that, and they kept repeating the same mantra: murdered people. The ICE are murderers. ICE are murderers. ICE had these bad interactions with people. Okay. And so we don't want to cooperate with them. We don't respect them. We think they're a danger. ICE. Okay. If I could pick out 2 or 3 cases where the Pittsburgh PD have engaged harshly with people or killed someone, can I then choose to say, when Pittsburgh PD pulls me over, I refuse to comply to you? I think you're all murderers. You're horrible. It's a Democratic administration here. These Democrats that run the city of Pittsburgh are thug murderers that have their jackboots out in the street murdering people. Can I say that? Of course. In fact, you, ma'am, are on city council in Pittsburgh, so you're part of the administration. You control a police force that are murderers. They would say, yes, regrettable things happen. Sometimes it's not as clear cut as what you're saying, but that doesn't mean we should get rid of the police or hold us accountable. But it's different when it happens under them. And again, on this specific topic, I've talked to Brian about this. Ashley Babbitt, was that a murder? No, that was different. That's different. All I'm saying, he said, is I want an independent group to investigate from the outside. Is that what happened with Ashley Babbitt? No, but I'm okay with that. Right. So did you vote for an administration of murderers? No, that's different. That was justified. We were allowed to do that. Also, notice how Brian has yet to say shit all, just like almost everyone that repeats these talking points, about the intentional setting up of violent confrontations between citizens and ICE agents that predictably will lead to altercations, including people losing their life, either from legitimate reasons or illegitimate reasons. Imagine if Kamala Harris wins in 2028 and there's some sort of enforcement that the feds are enforcing, whatever it may be, gun enforcement. And right-wing politicians say how evil it is and cheer people on that on a daily basis are going out and attacking those federal agents. If one of those federal agents shoots and kills someone in a way that looks bad on camera, do we then get to say, you supported a bunch of murderous thugs, this is terrible, defund, get rid of the FBI, etc., etc.? Of course not. Brian would say, it's tragic, it was one situation. Those people shouldn't have been doing that. It's the fault of the Republicans that told those people to go out there and get in the faces of law enforcement. That's what led to this situation. But because they're morally virtuous, it's okay for them to do it.
Important for the long-term benefit of the country in general, then to highlight, as the left often does, I'm not saying you're a leftist, but they highlight specific cases to do emotional appeals. And so like you've done in this debate, it's a lot of emotional appeals, which is also a fallacy.
I don't think it's emotional to say that the president is ripping up parts of our Constitution and breaking the law.
Those are
breaking the law is an emotion.
Those are emotional appeals.
But does it say that we all have, what does it say in our Constitution? Does it say every citizen has the right to due process, or every person? What does it say?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall, but
it says person. The problem that Brian's going to have, and I'd happily have this debate with him, is what is due process? For example, you would say, well, before you punish someone through our legal system, you have to afford due process. Okay, how's the Supreme Court ruled the deportation process? Have they called it a punishment? No, they specifically said it wasn't a punishment. Due process is afforded to people at different degrees, depending on if they're a citizen, what the process is in the crime that they're accused of, or the procedure that they're being accused of. There's different levels of due process of all of those things. The Supreme Court has not ruled that there are mass violations of people's due process through deportations. In fact, one of the arguments that the Democrats are trying to have is you need to have a judicial warrant in order to go into an illegal's house and deport them. However, this is eventually going to come in front of the court. It may well be that the court rules that's not the case. Now, the reason they're pushing for wanting that judicial warrant is, as you've already heard Brian Shapiro say, they want all of these people to stay. That's what they want. So they say, we didn't trust us. We wanted a secure border, but oopsie, tens of millions got in. But now we shouldn't kick them out. And unfortunately for you, we want to make the process say you have to get a specific judicial warrant to detain each and every one of them. When I talked to Pisco on this, and I said, if we go through what you were considering due process, and on average what each specific illegal that was to be deported or up for deportation, what their legal fair process would be, how many years would it take to be able to deport, say, the 10 million? And his answer to me was roughly 34 years. In other words, as Saul Alinsky said, if the rule is every time you question them, they have to send a letter, make them send 10 million letters. In other words, use the legal system to get the outcome that you want. It was a big mistake. We left tens of millions of illegals in, but unfortunately, we interpret the legal system that says it's damn near impossible to deport any of them. And it's just coincidental that we wanted those people here anyways.
I would assume
Kind of important.
I would assume it's citizens.
No, you're wrong. In our Constitution, it says any person has the right to due process. This is really fundamentally important.
But they also didn't have the idea of infinity open borders at the time.
Again, you use the term infinity, but you...
Now, I want to give Brian some credit here. If you're an originalist, right, you would say that doesn't matter. Then we change the law. I don't think Brian's sophisticated enough to make that argument. You're right. They set the law up, right? And they didn't foresee what that would lead to. But they gave us a process to deal with that. We could create laws through the legislator. We could amend the Constitution if necessary. So if unforeseen things occurred that necessitate a changing of the law or the things said in the Constitution, no problem, then we do it. But you don't get to unilaterally declare, well, because they couldn't foresee it, we now get to ignore that part of the law. That's the argument Brian should be making. I don't think that he'll get to that. Now, the counter to that argument is, well, you're fundamentally misunderstanding the concept of due process. Just because people are entitled to due process does not mean that an illegal gets the same rights as me if I'm detained by law enforcement. It's not the same thing. If it's so cut and dry, why hasn't the Supreme Court ruled? So obvious. You can't deport any of these people, but they haven't. Instead, what you see is lower court after lower court after lower court constantly claiming you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. And then as it gets appealed upward, almost every time it goes Trump's way. Or do we not trust those courts? We trust the court that says 34 felonies for Trump, but not the Supreme Court. And of course, you know that will be Brian's opinion.
Said you don't want any immigrants coming into the country. So that's different than infinity.
My solution to infinity is the closing of the borders.
Right. You want the borders closed and
right.
You don't want any immigrants coming in. And the point that I was trying to make is if you care about our Constitution, which I hope you do, I do as well. It says in our Constitution, our forefathers, it says not any citizen has the right to due process.
But again, that has, nothing to do with the question of whether or not we should have immigration. Is he really claiming that the Constitution means that we're not allowed to have borders and control who comes in? Of course not. He's conflating two things. He's saying, oh, you want to stop immigration, but that's antithetical to the laws outlined in the Constitution because it says everyone deserves due process. Due process doesn't mean that you're allowed to come in the country. Secondly, he's fundamentally misunderstanding even beyond that, if we're just talking about the illegals that are already here, what due process means.
Says any person, and as much as
a person also can be a lawbreaker, and people that are here illegally are lawbreakers.
But that doesn't mean they don't have the right to due process. That's what it says in our Constitution.
I wouldn't have a problem trying to vet and do due process.
But they're not doing that, Jay.
Well, that's. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't.
I think that Jay could be doing a better job on this argument, if I'm being honest. I think Jay's unprepared for this conversation and doesn't know the specifics. And again, I'm not surprised. Jay isn't usually doing normative politics or like sort of legal level politics. Jay's more of a philosophical. He sees a problem. He sees that people are intentionally flooding our country and in what he calls an act of war. He points to the books that proves that's occurring. Now, he may or may not be correct about that, but it goes unchallenged by Brian. Brian just says, yes, but despite all that due process. And so Jay's unfamiliar with the specifics on that claim. But kudos to Brian for this. He is technically correct in what he's saying, though he's misapplying it. But he is technically correct about due process applying to all peoples, not just citizens. Technically correct about that. It's just that he's misconstruing what that means. What is due process, right? That's the problem. And so that's where Jay could really attack this argument, but he's not. And it's smart of Brian to keep focusing on this because this is the first point in the entire debate where there is an actual practical, normative claim that Brian's making that has any sort of leeway whatsoever.
That doesn't bother you?
I didn't defend that specifically. You just now asked me about that.
Okay, but you're saying that any child that is born...
No, I said specifically highlighting certain emotionally charged cases is neglecting the bigger problem. And that's what the left tends to do in this topic is highlight the emotional appeal topics about this child or that child, which is unfortunate.
That's true.
But it's not the big issue. The
I don't
big
think
issue is
I'm sorry, go
well,
ahead.
I'm saying in philosophy, an emotional appeal is where you cite a specific example and then you expand that to the totality and say that on the basis of how you feel about this specific example, you should sway your opinion. So the reason it's a fallacy is it's not actually based on the logic of the situation. It's based on what you feel. Like war propaganda does this, where they say, look at this child, he was killed in the war, therefore be against the war. Well,
I'm just talking about our Constitution and the law.
No, you weren't. You were talking about specific emotionally charged cases.
No, I was specifically talking about what it says in the Constitution.
Well, first you talked about the emotionally charged cases, then you asked me about the Constitution.
I'm asking you about, and I was responding to the law, which states if you are from certain countries like Mexico and you're seeking asylum and you come to this country and you fill out the proper paperwork and you're in the middle of that process and you show up in front of a judge, it is illegal for the Trump administration to deport you. And the point that I was trying to make is this isn't a one-off or a couple cases. Thousands of people have been deported in the middle of the paperwork process where in our own Constitution, it says they cannot deport you if you're seeking asylum from certain countries.
Show me that. Show me where it says that in our Constitution. I don't believe that. I don't believe it says in our Constitution, Article 7. And by the way, they can't deport you if you're seeking asylum from Zimbabwe. I don't believe that. I'd like to see it. You may say there are laws that stemmed from the legislator from the Constitution. But I don't believe that says that in the Constitution.
It's against the law. That's not an emotional argument.
But
it's the law that's being broken.
Thousands of cases versus 10, 20, 30 million people that are here illegally in the last few decades. That, again, that's highlighting something that's not the main issue. So it's more important to save the country than to be overly concerned.
I don't
about
think these people are ruining the country, and our country needs to be saved. In fact, per capita.
Now, see, Brian makes a mistake there, because what Brian should have said is they're not illegal. You're falsely claiming they're illegal. If Brian's interpretation is correct, as long as they have paperwork that's yet to be finished, they started the process, then they're not illegal. Illegal would imply they're allowed to be removed. They're not allowed to be removed. Now, Brian's interpretation of this is wrong. But that would be the argument he should be making here.
Okay, well, do you have a better chance of being the victim of a crime from an undocumented immigrant or an American citizen?
Depends on where you are.
Okay,
because if I go to certain places where there are no
citizen. Okay, well, do you have a better chance of being the victim of a crime from an undocumented immigrant or an American citizen?
That's an interesting question. Notice he said crime and not violent crime, which is very funny. Well, per capita, it easily will be undocumented. In fact, one of the crimes that is so prolific that we rarely talk about is stolen identity, which is a legitimate, horrific crime that can really fuck up people's lives. In fact, there have been people that have died because of stolen identity. For example, I was reading about a case the other day where you had a woman who was elderly who ended up trying to get something through Medicare. And yet her identity had been stolen and was used by a hospice service, so she'd been receiving hospice care for several years. This meant that it was very difficult for her to get the treatment and the medication she actually needed because she had to fight in court to get her identity back. Those sort of delays could be lethal. In addition to that, per capita, I think even with violent crime, and we see that they intentionally do shit like fuck around with the data intentionally, which is hard to trust in the first place. By the way, what's the implication of this as well? Are we really going to do that? Do we want to parse that out and look at demographics and who's more likely to commit crime? Is that an area that Brian's comfortable going down? Because we could do that. Because if the question is, Rob, are you more likely to be the victim of a violent crime through people that share your religious and ethnic heritage or people that don't? And we view it that way. And so do we want to bring in immigrants that don't share that culture? Well, the numbers are stark. You hate to do it, but it's really true. Isn't it convenient how all of that inner city crime benefits the very people that want mass migration by saying, see, this crime proves Americans are worse. Oh, no, by the way, we're going to be soft on crime for both the illegals and the actual citizens of this country. Keep going here.
Depends on where you are.
Okay,
because
no,
if I
in
go
it-
to certain places where there
Okay,
are no,
there's going to be more
undocumented
crime in
migrants.
certain cities, but as a whole, and you could look this up, FBI statistics, you have a better chance of being the victim of a crime from an American citizen than you do an undocumented immigrant. I think that's very important to note because a lot of people think that brown people and undocumented immigrants coming into this country are going to rape your kids and they're going to
Brown people? You sure that's a claim you want to go with?
kidnap your wife. It's just not the case. There are examples. There are examples of undocumented immigrants that do horrible things. I want those people deported. I don't want them here. But the overwhelming majority of these people that are coming into this country that are here.
One of the questions I'd like to ask Brian is, if that's true, if you're really like, we want the violent ones deported, does he heavily criticize sanctuary cities that decided to stop cooperating with ICE for detainers? So, for example, in a place like Minneapolis, if there was someone that was illegal and they had a notice of deportation and they get picked up on a domestic battery charge, the government of Minneapolis intentionally does not inform ICE, we have that person you're trying to deport. Why? That's intentionally keeping the very violent people that Brian says he wants deported in the country. Can you show me? I would be shocked if you could show me evidence of Brian Shapiro saying, why are Democrats doing this? I'd be shocked. Flavius, thank you so much. Absolute legend. Says, got some cash out of you, but you don't owe me anything. But thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Really. Thank you.
Here already. Many of them, that are undocumented are not bad people with bad intentions. I want bad people thrown
That
out
may
of this
be
country.
true, but it's still illegal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, $5. Thank you. Says my tax. Thank you. Not saying that word.
Okay.
So it's against the law.
Yeah. So you think, so your opinion is if you break the law, there should be consequences. Is that a
Sure.
fair assessment?
Sure.
What are the consequences for Donald Trump, the man you support? You're laughing, but it's.
Well, I mean, because you're trying to pay me as if I'm some sort of like,
Well, no,
I
do you
support
think-
every single policy. of Donald
this isn't
Trump.
about policy. This is about
No,
consequences.
well, now
if you
you're
break the law.
changing between when I told you I was an issues person, you say I'm a Trump apologist, which you admitted earlier.
I did not
wasn't.
say you're a Trump
You
apologist.
said the man that you support, and I'm like,
Yes, there should be consequences for people that break the law. The Supreme Court's ruled that the consequences that were suggested based on the bullshit charges that Trump got were ones that our government says that should not be enforced upon it. And illegals have broken the law by coming here illegally. The reasonable punishment for that is to send them back home. Yes.
Yeah.
no, on specific issues.
Okay, but you
I'm an
voted for him.
issues person.
Okay, so let's talk about this.
And
Let's
I
forget,
already agreed that I just
let's forget
you
about the
just keep-
fact
but
that you
keep
voted
bringing
for
up
him
the stuff that we've
because
already
it's
settled.
hypocrisy. You want people held to the
Well-
highest. Hold on, I'll explain
Okay.
to you what I mean. And I'm not. I don't think you're a Trump apologist. I don't think you
Okay.
are.
Real quick, I got to go to the restroom. I will be right back. So we'll what will we leave you with here real quick? Oh, nothing. I'll spend more time looking if I just go. I'll be right back. Get him, chair. All right. All right, we're back. We'll go a little longer with this. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are as well.
Based on the 20 minutes I've known you, I don't think you are. But you want people to be held to account.
Mhm.
If it's somebody, by the way, it's a misdemeanor. If you come into this country illegally, it's not even a felony. But you want people to held to the highest extent of the law. In this case, a misdemeanor. Okay, fine.
I believe for the maintenance and safety and health of the country, because I think the country will collapse.
Do you agree with me? I disagree with that, but do you agree with me that we should have that same standard held to the highest people in power, including Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think nobody should be immune to or above the law. Sure.
Do you think that standard has held up when it comes to Donald Trump and the 34 count felonies that he was found guilty of, or the Jack Smith case, January 6th? Let me ask you another question, since we're talking about the law.
See how he just doesn't even give him a chance to respond. Let me ask a question. Let me give you another.
Do you think January 6th happens if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election?
Would January 6th have happened?
Yeah, if Donald Trump didn't lie, which clearly it was a lie. I don't care what Alex Jones says. If
Donald Trump isn't talking about the election being stolen, does January 6th happen the exact same way? No, probably not. That doesn't mean that Donald Trump lied. I think he still to this day believes that the election was stolen from him, and it may well have been stolen from him. If Democrats didn't lie about hands up, don't shoot, does Ferguson happen? Of course, he'd say, that's whataboutism. I'm not going to answer it. The point is, what he says is one side shouldn't be allowed. The Democrats said over and over, they spread the lie that the 2016 election was stolen by Russia. That was a lie. How much violence, distrust, etc. did that lead to? January 6th, January 6th, January 6th. It's the only thing they have. And once more, I talked to him about the specific detail. He has very little on the specific details.
Donald Trump didn't lie about the 2020 election because he didn't win, does January 6th happen?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. No. All right. Hypothetically speaking,
Jay, you asked me a lot of questions.
Right. I want to. Can I just touch on this real quick?
Sure, but I want to do some interrogation as well.
Fair enough.
You've asked me a million questions.
You can ask me.
Fine, go ahead.
You can ask me anything you like, Jay.
Last question, Brian. Last question.
Well, to this issue, you're telling me that if Donald Trump did what every other president did in American history, which was concede, which he didn't do, you think January 6th still happens and people are...
Yes, it very well may have. For example, if he conceded in the way that Hillary Clinton did, which was to say, okay, I concede the election, and then continue on with her plot to smear Trump by colluding with a suspected Russian spy and accusing Trump of actually colluding with Russians in order to steal the election, then sending that information to the FBI that then used that information to start a 4-year witch hunt, including illegally spying on Trump's team with FISA warrants, and then proceeding to tell people over and over again, actually, Russia did steal the election, so much so that by 2018, more than 50% of Democrats thought that Russia actually interfered with voting machines. Yes, I believe if Trump employed that same sort of strategy, January 6th may have happened. Even though he said the words, I concede.
Trying to overthrow a free and fair election? You can't answer that question? You don't know?
No, it's just an argument from silence. I don't know what would have happened had this major event not occurred. If
he conceded and did what every other president did, you still think January 6th happens and they storm the Capitol?
In 2016, Hillary Clinton conceded, and yet we saw mass riots across this country. Why? Why do we see that?
No, and they're
I'm saying I don't
Mike
know
Pence.
what would have happened.
Okay.
Maybe it's
Does
less,
it happen?
Maybe it's less likely.
Who won the 2020 election free and fair?
I believe there was manipulation, but I think most elections are manipulated.
Okay. Who won the election free and fair? Did Joe Biden win a free and fair election?
No.
Is there any evidence of widespread voter fraud that you can share with us today?
This is my opinion. I don't spend a whole lot of time focusing on voter fraud or voter election issues because I'm not really into day-to-day politics, but studying the history of the CIA, the way it works, I think that they can easily tap into their techniques for regime change and throwing elections.
Did Donald Trump win the 2000?
In dozens of countries.
Did Donald Trump win the 2024 election free and fair then, or would you hold that same standard and maybe Kamala won?
No, I think that Trump had overwhelming popular
Gotcha.
support.
So it's only free and fair if Donald Trump wins.
But I just gave you my opinion on 2020.
Based on what though? There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. He had chances in a courtroom.
I gave you my opinion on how the CIA rigs elections.
So, for example, one of the things I said, even without voter fraud, the fact that our government intentionally, including our intel agency, suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story, paid legitimacy to stories talking about, for 4 years, Trump-Russia collusion that ended up being bullshit. Yes, I think that absolutely tilted the election in the favor of Joe Biden in 2020.
That's all that I
Never been
Let's let
proven
Jay
in a
ask.
court of law. But go ahead.
So a lot of what you've argued, you keep saying my opinion, my opinion, my opinion. I'm just curious, like where on what basis ought we go with your opinion?
On what? Which opinion?
Every topic tonight has come back to your specific.
Well, be specific on
opinion.
what topic.
Well, in
and then I'll
general,
answer.
on what basis ought we to choose your opinions?
Well, first of
Why?
all, it's not an opinion.
Now you can see Jay's forte is not normative politics. You can see that Jay's trying to take it back to sort of like the philosophical. How ought we evaluate your opinion? Where's your truth? Where does truth come from? Right?
You said
That the Trump
like 20
administration is breaking the law.
No.
I've already clearly
Why
stated
ought we?
that.
No. Why ought we do this or that for the country? For example, you said that we ought to have certain types of immigration that's legal, and this and that. And I'm saying, you said this was my opinion, my opinion, my opinion. I'm saying, why ought we do that? Because you didn't apply those things to other places like Japan. So why ought we only go with your assessment?
Well,
of what's
first of all, the United
what's
States of
good for
America is not Japan. Number two,
So why ought we
I
choose
care
that
about-
for here?
well, because I care about the country that I live
So
in,
the
and I'm more
ethics-
concerned about the
so
United
are
States,
the-
the country that I live
Are
in.
the ethics relative or are they universal? Is the question.
As I've said, I wish that every government across the world.
That's a different answer. Wanting something to be is different than what the ethical principle is. So, for example, if I said, is stealing always wrong? And your response was, I wish people wouldn't steal, that doesn't answer the ethical question. See the problem? Because I might say, well, would it be wrong if you're starving to death and you have a child to steal an apple to feed your child? Would that be wrong? Saying, well, I wish they wouldn't steal, doesn't answer the question. Right? So there's a reason that he's saying, I wish, because he doesn't want to bite the bullet. Is this a universal principle or not? Now, I don't argue ethics and philosophy a lot, right? But even I know what's going on here. If it's not universal, then it's hard to call it a matter of morality. Stealing's right or it's wrong. And as soon as you say, well, it depends from a moral, then your morality is relative. It's subjective. So what are the metrics in which we objectively, as a whole, should say we prefer your subjective interpretation of morality? Now, what you can say is, it's not a matter of morality. It's a matter of practicality. It's a matter of utilitarianism. What is best for this country and this people? But the problem is, Brian keeps making the ethical claim. Well, this is wrong. It's immoral. It's xenophobic. It's racist. These are all questions of morality or claims and criticisms of morality. Sorry, you don't like my voice. I don't like your name. I guess we both got something going for us. You could say utilitarian's a form of moral system, right? But the argument would be, even a system, just because a system is moral, right, is how to define morality, right? The question of whether or not something would be universal, as in it is a good or a bad on its own, would be rejected under a system of utilitarianism. Because the problem with utilitarianism is, okay, then who gets to decide what's best if it's a matter of morality? Morality is asking a question of, is something right or wrong outside of the implications of what it leads to?
Shared the belief of, we're going to vet you
So
properly.
we ought to follow your ethics because you wish it was the case.
No, I just don't care what the color of your skin is or where you're from. If you're a decent person, I welcome you in my country.
So
I think
why-
that's a pretty fair,
Why
logical
ought we
opinion.
follow your position? Because it's logical.
Why ought we follow not being a racist? Because that's kind of what I'm
Well,
following.
why is that
here.
wrong?
I think if you don't want anybody,
Poor Brian. He's going to get steamrolled on a conversation of ethics. Not that I would do well in a conversation. I mean, I would debate Jay on ethics, but he's going to get manhandled here.
from any other country, which is what you have said.
Right.
You want our borders
Right.
completely shut down.
Yeah.
I believe that is un-American.
Okay.
Okay. The beauty of this country is that we have the freedom and others have the freedom to make something of themselves wherever they come from.
I mean, again, think of it this way. If you're like me and you're not like keen to delve deep in to philosophy, right? Imagine that someone says to you, well, you're a chauvinist. And your response is, so? Okay. Now what? Or an even better example. You're offensive. Okay, so? Sure. And? Well, I don't think you should be offensive. Okay, why does that matter? Yeah, but, you know, you shouldn't be offensive. Why? Why do I care? Now do that with, you're racist. Okay, and? But that's bad. Why? Well, because it's bad. That's just wrong. It's immoral. Why? Where does morality come from? That's it. So, for example, you hear it like, well, it's racist. We should be racist. That's not American. Okay, and? Let's say that's true. Let's say hypothetically that's true. That's not American to not want immigration. Okay, let's say I concede that. And? Wow. We should try to have American values. Okay. Why? Dumber celery, I see you. And Brian, it's going right over his head. Just listen to this. Like, he doesn't even understand.
Country, which is what you have said.
Right.
You want our borders
Right.
completely shut down.
Yeah.
I believe that is un-American.
Okay.
Okay. The beauty of this country.
It's un-American. So what? And Brian, he has no clue. He's just going to keep rambling on, and Jay's going to be like, why does any of that matter? What is your grounding principle at the end of the day?
Is that we have the freedom and others have the freedom to make something of themselves wherever they come from. And I think that's a beautiful thing about the United States.
Okay.
I can't speak for Japan.
Why ought we follow that though? Because you like it, you think it's beautiful.
Why?
Yeah.
This country was founded on that. Our freedoms.
I mean, many countries are founded on all kinds of things that are stupid. So why that?
Your reasoning is the country is going to go down the crapper if we.
But do you see? It's like, well, because the country is founding it. Okay, so let me explain why that might be stupid. If there is a fictional country, let's call it Wakanda. No, it doesn't matter, right? There's a fictional country, right? And it is founded on the principle of we are genetically and ethnically superior to every other country. And they're founded on that principle. That's the foundation. That's how they put stakes in the ground. They win a battle. They claim this geographic area. That's their country. That's the foundational principle. Would you say 100 years later, continue to be racist, continue to think you're superior to everyone else and leave no one in? That was your foundational principle. Probably someone like Brian Shapiro would say, well, no, that's bad. That's immoral. That's racist. They shouldn't do that. Okay, then what is it about the claim it's what the country was founded on that gives it any sort of ethical weight? That's basically what Jay's trying to say here.
Quote player.
I mean, that's your reasoning behind it. And
okay, so fine, my reasoning's dumb, but I want to know why we have to follow yours.
It was dumb.
I'm just saying I can see that it is. Okay, why ought we follow yours?
Because we have been following it for decades, and I think we're the best country in the world for a very, very long time.
But we should do it because we've been doing it. But ironically, like sort of the anti-progressive creed, right? Ultimate conservatism. Never change anything because this is how we do it. Of course, Brian's not going to believe that. Okay? Because we're the greatest country in the world. Okay, because of that? Let's see.
Circular argument. So we ought to follow it because we've been following it.
We ought to follow it because I do believe as a whole, immigrants have a lot of benefits to the United States of America.
But you're not telling me why we ought to follow that.
Well,
And you can see like this is it's like a cat toying with a mouse here. I'm sorry, it's just true. You can see. This is Jay's wheelhouse. These are his and listen. This is the way things go. You have people that specialize in areas of expertise in debate. Well, Jay's a good debater, no doubt. But it's a different level when he's talking about the things that he has an interest in and he talks about routinely. So, is he doing well on the why are you hanging out with Alex Jones? Sure. But he's going to fucking crush a philosophical debate like this, grounded in ethics. I'm the exact opposite. I can do these debates, and I have. But you can tell it's not my forte. But anyways, let's keep going.
Produce jobs that immigrants take that most Americans are not willing to take, working for wages.
We are 1 hour and 2 minutes into the debate, so there's an hour and 20 minutes left. We're not going to get through it all, I assure you.
That and Americans, they help the economy. There's no question that it helps the economy.
But why are those things
a
good?
boost?
So in other words, you're assuming that there's this good that you have access to. That's
Sure.
the basis for
Different cultures, I think, is good. I think
right. So even when you get down to like sort of an ethical grounding, because the economy's better. Okay, but why is that good? So? Because then less people suffer. Why is that good? Because it's less pain. Why is that good? Where does your morality come from? Where does truth come from? That's ultimately what Jay's asking. Now, I'll admit, I find it fucking annoying at times. There are times where I say, I've put it this way. You could sit there and have a philosophical conversation. Let's say, me and Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson and Jimbob and Jake Rattlesnake are sitting around my house. And I have my lawnmower blocking the driveway. I just got done mowing. I'm talking to the guys. And all of a sudden, I see, Wade Boggs pulling in. But my mower's blocking the driveway and he can't get in. We could sit there and for the next 12 hours argue, why ought we move that mower and leave Wade in? Well, because he's trying to get here. Why does that matter? We could do that. But while those guys are arguing, I'm just going to move the mower. So sometimes I find it too reductive. But most of the time, when I see Jay or Andrew or these guys doing it, what I see happening is it's because other people are bringing up ethics. How could you ethically be friends with Alex Jones? How could you ethically support Donald Trump? We need migration. Why? Because ethically, we ought to give everyone the same opportunity. And so then Jay's going to be like, okay, but why? What is it about that? You don't just get to say, because racism, because that's the way it's been. Those aren't on their own moral foundational principles. In my opinion. So we're going to go like another 10, 15 minutes and then we'll probably...
I think learning different cultures, and I think what's made America great is being for lack of a better term, a mix of different colors in the crayon box and being diverse. I think diversity is a good thing.
See, and now do you see? So it might seem annoying. You might be like, okay, come on, Jay. But then this is exactly why Jay's doing this, because you get these platitudes, because diversity is our strength. America does best when the crayons look different. What is that? How? Explain how diversity is our strength. Always? Is it ever our weakness? No? That's why it's like, but where are you getting your grounding?
And I don't. I
So
certainly,
there's a standard of the good, which originally was what you said was your opinion, and you think that it works and this and
Do
that. So,
brown
but what's
people-
the standard?
do brown people scare you?
So now you're asking questions when I
Well, yeah,
asked
because
to
I don't
interrogate
understand
you.
your logic to this. You've
So
said
you're
America's going to go down.
Again, oh, yeah, it's so bad here. Like, first off, I agree with you, an enemy that said he did leave. He let Brian control so much of the first hour of this debate, just jumping from topic to topic, to bullshit opinion to bullshit opinion. There are different schools of thought. I try to be more aggressive and don't allow that to occur. Okay, maybe Jay's school of thought is, I'll let you do it for a while, then I'm going to take charge. Regardless of what your opinion is, more than reasonable at this point in the debate to allow Jay to go through a line of questioning, because clearly Brian's had the thrust of that throughout the debate thus far. And you can see Brian don't like it. You don't like it. Okay. You had your chance to interrogate me and keep bouncing around and controlling the conversation in the direction. Now I want to talk about these, the ethics of this. And you can see, I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to respond with the question. Why are you scared of brown people? What does that have anything to do with what Jay's saying here? What Brian's trying to do is throw a red herring out that implies some sort of moral failure. Well, you're a bad person to even bring this up. Maybe, but that's not responsive to the line of questioning. You're right, I'm bad. And it's a red herring. It has nothing to do with what Jay's talking about here. It seems like your morality at first was subjective. You were just like, because it's my opinion. Now it seems to be that you're trying to morph it into something else, but I'm still not getting what the foundation is. And Brian's response is, why are you afraid of brown people? That's a non sequitur. Nothing to do with anything. Bat Fricker! What's up, my man? $10 says, Brian's the poster child for a sophist. Yes. So let's see how this goes.
You're deflecting away from the fact that your positions
I'm
are
not
subjective.
I'm not deflecting.
Are they relative?
anything.
Are they subjective opinions?
Not based on crime and statistics and the benefits that the economy has towards.
Right. Yes, you can say that there is objective data, though even that's funny because the data is never quite objective, is it? If we're really honest, the way it's compiled, the interest of the people compiling it, how you're interpreting it. But fair enough, even if we accept that the data would be objective, but the morality is subjective, is what Jay's talking about.
The ethics, are they subjective?
Yeah, but I was talking about the
My
economy and
question
numbers.
is the ethics, not the numbers.
What about the ethics?
Is your ethics subjective and relative, or is it objective?
Yeah, I think there are people out there that could disagree with me that are maybe don't like brown people. I think there are people out there that have different opinions that think that brown people are
I'm not
terrible
asking,
to
do
the country.
people have
Yeah,
those-
Right. And see how he tries to frame it? Yeah, I guess you could be an immoral piece of shit. Clearly, my subjective interpretation's correct. But the important part is it subjective? And again, this is something that Jay and Andrew, especially Jay, are very good at. If you're not religious, where does your morality come from? It's subjective. Now, there are people that try. There's secular humanists I've heard try, say, no, it's not subjective. Here's why. Here's our creed. Here's our manifesto. I've heard ANCAPs try to say this, right? But it's very difficult. The classic sort of, the atheist argument to the Christian is, how do you know that your religion is true? And the Christian argument to the atheist is going to be, where does your morality come from that's objective? That's the debate. Inevitably, if you do not believe that truth comes from a higher power outside of humanity, then ultimately that truth will be subjective. And if you say that, right, you're like, okay, sure, it's subjective. Fine, great. Which is something I would have done when I was an atheist. I just said, sure, okay, it's subjective. And then an astute debater may say this, well, I subjectively disagree with your opinion, so who gives a fuck? I think I'm moral to say no immigrants. You think you're moral to say bunch of immigrants. Who gets to determine what's right? Well, a bunch of people agree with me. More people agree with me than you. So, still subjective. There's no objective truth, and we're just all believing what we want. Who gives a shit? I could quickly listen to everything you say and say, I don't give a fuck, I disagree. Now what? Now, there are arguments against this. You may say, fair enough, you can say that. But when it comes to the practical application of what we're doing right now in the world, I'm still going to try to convince people using the metrics that I'm using why my worldview is better and we should implement the things that I want. And by the way, so are you, Jay. You're trying to convince people that you're doing better in this debate than me, right? You're right. Maybe if we just have a subjective morality, none of it really matters at the end of the day, and yet you're still doing it. Of course, there's answers to that as well, but that's the debate. Suffice it to say, Brian Shapiro is nowhere near sophisticated enough on these questions of ethics. Not, by the way, neither am I. I'm being honest. But I at least could see the base formation of the argument.
I guess you could make the case.
I guess you're not interested.
I guess you can make the case it's subjective. I guess you can make that case.
Okay.
I mean, some people could say the Klan isn't racist. I guess that's subjective too.
But no, that's a question. That's not a question of morality. Is this a cup? Is different than a question of morality. Why is it wrong to smash this cup over someone's face? It's a question of right or wrong. That's different than an is question.
You could make the
That's
case.
not what subjective
You could
means,
make the
but-
case. I know what subjective means.
What does it mean?
I know what it means.
What does it
I
mean?
understand what it means.
What does it
and
mean?
this is Sean.
I'm
this
not sure that you do. So in terms of relativism
Yeah,
and
okay.
epistemology and ethics,
So
what is
this
that?
is-
What do you think that
This
means?
is okay. I'll answer your question, but this is the Andrew Wilson approach.
I've been
Ah!
doing this debate.
Was Andrew Wilson mentioned on the on our bingo card? There we go. That wasn't on the bingo card? Am I not seeing it? That should have been on there. It's impossible. Which, by the way, if he's heard Andrew go through this line of questioning for him before, why would he be so ill-prepared for this?
For 25 years.
I know,
so-
and you can be doing it for 100 years. It doesn't mean anything to me. It means dick. Okay, so let's continue the
so
conversation.
we don't have to have a basis for ethics.
No. This is a word game that you're trying to play with me.
So
I've
all
done this with
philosophy,
Andrew
all
Wilson.
philosophy and ethics
Okay.
is word games.
You can say all racism is word games too. The point that I'm
I'm
trying
asking
to
for the good, and you're saying it's a word game.
Okay,
So your
so
position is based on word
I've
games.
told you, you're not listening. First of all, it's a benefit to the economy.
Well, why is that a
can
good?
show
That's
you
begging the question. What's the good?
why is it a benefit that people
No,
help
yeah.
our economy?
You have a reference to the good in all of these assertions, and I'm asking you, what is this good? Because you just keep saying, then you admitted that it's subjective and it's relative. Well, in that case, then there's no reason to prefer to proffer that on anyone else.
Well, I would ask you the same question. Why is it bad
Well,
for
I
the
don't
country?
believe in subjective ethics.
Okay. Well, why is it bad for the country? Why are immigrants bad for the United States of America?
Well,
Why do you want to
again,
close
I
the
already
borders?
argued that because a massive influx of other people that are not indigenous to this population replaces its demographic.
Don't we
warfare.
have a First Amendment right
It's
to believe in what we
demographic
believe in?
warfare.
So you want to take
You're
the
right.
First Amendment
Well, if
right
you
away
want to
from
say that
people?
your ethics comes from the Constitution, that's fine.
You
but-
want to take? I'm asking you though. People that are in this country.
But again, and I know it's fucking like let me sympathize with Brian here a little. I know it's hard to think of if you're someone like me, right? That's just not a deep philosophical thinker. I don't think of the world in that lens as much as someone like Jay. By the way, I'm not saying Jay's wrong. I'm just saying that's just how I am. Jay may say, but that's a terrible way to live life without like motivating all the decisions you're making in a philosophical grounding that you're considering. Maybe. I'm happy. Right? But if you start to look at things like that, you notice how, like, it's clear that Brian just has no clue. Like, he says, don't we have a First Amendment right? What is a right? Where do your rights come from? See the problem? The word right itself is exactly playing in to what Jay's saying here. Okay, you say you have that right, but why? Who gives you that right? What is a right? You see the issue?
That are not from America.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe they should have a First Amendment right to believe something differently than you when it comes to religion or beliefs? Or
You misunderstood the question. So the question wasn't, are there people who have different positions, or do
Yeah.
they have a right to different positions? The question was, what's the epistemic basis you have for your ethics, which was purely subjective.
yeah,
Okay, well then,
I mean,
debate's over.
you
So
know,
if it's purely subjective, then
it's
in
not-
a debate, then you've conceded.
But no, I've not conceded anything. What I'm trying to tell you is that when it comes to immigrants that are in this country,
But your
talking
ethics
about,
is relative.
I'm talking about legal immigrants. I can give you statistics that show you that it benefits
But you
the
haven't told me
economy.
why we ought to follow.
So let me give you like maybe this. And by the way, I'm not trying to talk down to people because I think through this shit myself too when I'm talking. That's how I think through. So, maybe we'll wrap up the debate here. I'm sure Jay does phenomenal. Where did I? A minute and 6 seconds. So let's write that down, and maybe we'll come back to this another day. Yeah, I'll find minute 6. But let me like sort of explain a little of the style debate I did in college, like policy debate, right? There's a resolution. It'll say something like, resolved, the United States federal government should, and it'll, sign one of the following 5 treaties, the Paris Climate Accord. If you're affirmative, you have to have a plan that follows that. If you're negative, you don't necessarily have to have something that negates the resolution, but you negate the plan. The plan and not the resolution becomes the focus of the debate. So the plan has to affirm the resolution, and then, so for example, if it says, let's say this happens, the resolution says, resolved, the United States federal government should sign one of the following 5 treaties, and it lists 5 treaties. And your plan is, okay, our plan is we should sign Treaty 1. And I stand up and I negate and I say, yeah, but Treaty 2 is a really bad idea. See, I'm negating the resolution. It's like, no. In fact, the affirmative would say, yeah, we agree. That's nothing to do with our plan. So that's why we didn't do that. Anyways, you get the idea. So let's, just for the sake of this, talk about the perspective of being on the negative. There are many arguments you could make as a negative against an affirmative. So let's just go, the plan is the United States should sign the Paris Climate Accord. I could have a counter plan. I could say, no, instead of that, the United States should sign the Kyoto Protocol, which was another climate, and here's why it's better. I could have a philosophical critique. I could say, your plan uses the United States federal government, which is immoral because it stole the land from the Indians. Therefore, we should reject your plan outright. I could make a performative argument, all these. I can make a theory argument. I could say your plan's not topical. It doesn't actually abide by the resolution, right? But one of the most common forms of argument would be what we call a disadvantage. A disadvantage is something external to what the affirmative's already talked about that is a negative, that's bad, that the plan does. It's one of the most core, simple arguments. You want offense. For example, let's say I choose not to have offense. And you stand up and you say, climate change will kill us all within 100 years. Therefore, sign the Paris Climate Accord. And my entire argument is, nah, it won't work. You're probably going to lose that debate because the judge is going to be like, yeah, but there's no reason not to try. They have an offensive position. You have no offense. You're just like, you have defense. I don't think it'll work. So you need some form of offense. So disadvantage would be one of the ways you get that. So you may say this. This would be a disadvantage to that. You would say, the economy is doing very good right now. Signing the Paris Climate Accord would crush the energy sector. That would cause a depression, which causes the United States to go to war with China, which ends in nuclear war. Now, in that disad, there are basically 3 types of arguments that are being made. The first is called uniqueness. which basically is the way things are now. The economy is good now. Now, why is that important? Because if I say the economy's dog shit now and a dog shit economy causes war, then the war's inevitable. So I have to say something's good now. The plan changes that. That causes something bad. So uniqueness is the way it is now. The link is how the plan changes that. The affirmative chain links to that. It changes that. And then the impact is, why is that bad? Now, there are other little arguments in between that. For example, an argument between the link to the impact would be called an internal link. Just another link in the chain. Think about it. The first chain's uniqueness, how things are. Then you have a bunch of links, and the last chain's the impact. Right? Okay. Now, here's the thing that's really difficult, and it was very hard for me to wrap my head around. What's the impact? The way we'll decide the debate at the end of the day is probably evaluating impacts. If you win that the Paris Climate Accord solves climate change, but I win that it crushes the economy and causes war with China, who wins the debate? Well, we're going to have to compare impacts. So ways you can compare impacts would be what's the probability of that impact, what's the magnitude, how many people will be affected, etc. What's the time frame of that impact? All these ways we would evaluate. But here's where it gets tricky. Impact implies the final reason that this is bad. But what if I was to tell you ultimately, impacts are kind of subjective. They could always be just another link or an internal link. So in other words, your plan is Paris Climate Accord. I say the economy's good. Your plan, the climate accord would crush the economy. That causes nuclear war with China. Okay? And you say, so? Nuclear war is good. Because humans are evil. And nuclear war will kill all humans and allow plant life to exist. I turned your impact. It's called an impact turn. Now, I may counter that. And by saying, yes, but life is pain. And justice should be, because humans are evil, that they must continue to live and suffer pain. So actually, nuke war bad. In other words, the question of the impact is, why does that matter? Now, we oftentimes just accept it. We're not thinking philosophical. Nuke war's bad because we all die. That's bad. Yeah, but what if there's a reason that that's good? You have to justify. At the end of the day, you have to get to some endpoint. Where's the grounding why this matters? Now, think about that when it comes to concepts of morality. But that's racist, so? But that causes a collapsed economy, so? Why is that bad? Because it could lead to war, so? Why is war bad? Because a bunch of people will die, so? It's not low-tier nonsense. A lot of debates are decided on this. It was a very common, there was an argument that it was called this in debate, it was called spark. Because so much of policy debate would end up in, your plan does something which causes a war which goes nuclear. And so teams would say, that's good, nuclear war is good. Because humans are going to destroy the planet in some way, climate change or something that will be irreversible. But a nuclear war would allow certain types of life that would then be able to repopulate, which is good. And that argument would win debates, because another thing that's supposed to happen in debate is the judges, to the best of their ability, are supposed to try to only evaluate the arguments on the table. Oh, no problem, Adam Owens. Yeah, no problem. So you think about it. I mean, really what that argument is why does human life matter? If human life will inevitably lead to all life being eliminated on Earth, or we could have a violent catastrophe that would eliminate all human life and 80% of the rest of life, why shouldn't we do that? What makes human life more important? It's more difficult to answer than you may think, particularly when everybody's talking about you believe possibly you only have 9 minutes to respond to it. They have a bunch of arguments and all the numbers, which you see there's contradictions that'll come from flow to flow. You know, all these papers you'll be able to say in one way they'll talk about this nuclear war be good because it's bad, then another something's good. You see the problem? It's fucking tough. How are you going to argue in that context like that philosophical principle? And there's a bunch of other arguments. There's 7 other sheets of paper with other arguments, and you're trying to decide, wait a minute, does this contradict an argument over here? But the principle that I'm trying to say is you could reduce it to, but why does any of this matter? And Christians have an answer. Because God says. Because the word of God is objective and it's the truth. And you may say, I may misinterpret that. And that's true. As a human, I'm fallible. I may misinterpret. And yet, the truth is what God has deemed to be the truth. I may fail to understand it, but that I could point to and say, that's truth. It's out there. And if you don't believe in God, then what do you point to as truth? Okay, let's assume that's true. Let's assume God doesn't exist. Therefore, morality doesn't come from it. Then where does morality come from? Let's accept that you're right. There is no God. Cool. Then where does your morality come from that's not subjective? You may be 100% right. Fair enough. But let's say we concede the argument. Okay, God doesn't exist. Then where does morality come from? I know you're typing. I'm not. Maybe he doesn't want to interact. That's fine. Or maybe he's behind in no problem. But it's difficult. If it doesn't come from God, then where's it come from? And if you're like, well, society, okay, then it's not stable. Then it's not universal. Is slavery bad? We say yes. Sub-Saharan African countries say no. Okay. Who's right? Well, we're right because our society functions better. Defined better. Better implies good. Good implies truth. What's the truth? What is the objective reasoning for morality? What is objective? Where does morality come from that's objective, that's not subjective? Your statement there doesn't answer that. What is objective? Where does it come from? If everyone's getting murdered. Okay, so murder is always wrong. Correct? What is murder? The term murder itself implies the unjust killing of someone. So what is justice? Who gets to determine what's justice? See the problem? Unless you say all killing of any human is wrong. But again, that isn't an objective morality. You're just saying we should do what's best for society. Who gets to determine what's best for society and what's right and wrong? Then it's a question of subjectivity because I feel this would be best. No, it's not that believing in a Christian God is subjective. It's not really responsive either. You could say, how do you know that your God is correct? That's a fair point. Again, this gets back to the classic argument between a Christian and an atheist. An atheist will say, okay, let's accept that you're right, that there's a creator. How do you know, out of all the religions that have ever existed, the big religions, right, that are diverse, and then within each religion, there are so many interpretations. How do you know yours is correct? It's fair criticism. But you'd say, but I believe that there is a truth, that there is a God, and that is the truth. Maybe I've chosen wrong. The God that I follow, perhaps wrong, or my interpretation wrong. And yet, there is a God out there that my morality comes from. If you say there is no God, then where does morality come from? Who is we? We decided. Who? What if I say I think murder is good? Now what? Who's we? So it's just popular opinion at the time decides what's morality? Okay, is slavery moral? Today, no. Maybe tomorrow, yes. Depends on where and when you are, right? Now, here's the thing. I'm not a prolific religious debater. I just understand, like, this is the lowest level foundational principle. That's what's going on. Why do I have to put the TV remote back on the couch, on the arm of the couch? Because my dad said so. Yeah, but what's his rationale? Don't care. He told me. That's the rule. That's why I do it, because he told me. But what if I told you that was bad? Don't care. I listen to my dad. But maybe you're misinterpreting. Okay, I'll go ask Dad. You accept that there's someone who is just right. You don't question it. That's the way it is. Now, it's clearly different because your dad's still subjective. But if God exists, he is the truth because he created everything. Therefore, it is the truth. It's the only thing that could be objective. If God exists and created the world and created truth, that exists regardless if humans exist. That truth, that creation exists. If our morality depends on us as humans making interpretations, then it, by definition, is subjective. Science isn't going to help. Go back and watch Andrew Wilson debate Matt Dillahunty on this very question, where Dillahunty storms out. Everybody's like, Andrew is, well, not everybody. A lot of people are like, well, Andrew was a rude dickhead. He didn't have to be so rude. Andrew's rudeness was the point. It illustrated the point perfectly. Dillahunty says, we are atheists. I don't know if he calls himself atheist. We're secular humanists. We have this manifesto. And so how do we come to moral claims? How do we know what's right and wrong? And he says, dispassionate debate. So we as a collective come together and try our best to take bias out of it and say, let's look at this and try to come to a mutual conclusion. Okay? Sounds reasonable, right? Andrew's response is like, hey man, you're married to a fucking dude. Is he a chick? How dare you? Storms out. What happened to dispassionate debate? Performatively, you just showed the problem with it. It's not possible. Your subjective bias eventually comes into it. That's the issue. Well, that was rude. That's fucked up. So what you're saying, it wasn't possible for you to have a dispassionate debate. He literally spent 8 minutes in his opening statement saying, this is how we would go about things. And then immediately when it became personal, just like that, fuck you. Anyways, All right. As far as this particular debate, I thought Jay did very good when it came to questions of ethics and stuff. I did think that Jay, now maybe it changes and I understand the strategy if that's the case. I thought Jay gave too much grace to Brian to leave him to just bounce the debate all over the place. I thought that. And I thought there were a couple areas, particularly in the conversations about due process, etc., where, he didn't understand like sort of the finer nuance of what the Constitution says. But I would give Jay an 8 or so out of 10. I thought Brian very poor, as usual. Same old problems with Brian. Doesn't get in depth in anything. Complete surface area, bouncing all over the place, filibustering. Now, let's get to some fun stuff. And no, I don't mean whip songs yet. All right, how are we going to do this? So I'm going to play this video. Let's get some more Brian Shapiro stuff, shall we? We shall. So let's do it. Here we go. So here's the video that was put out from the Crucible, Mr. White over at the Crucible. It's very funny. Here we go.
I mean, do you hear what you're saying? You're not tougher than me, okay? You're not smarter than me. I'm sure a lot of people tell you that you're really smart, but you're not smarter than me, okay?
You got what it takes, Brian.
You think so?
You're gonna look good out there. We're gonna look good out there.
I
right?
believe that. As a matter of fact, I know that.
I'm looking at you right now and I see a fucking champion.
Thank you.
But if you lose...
Well, I don't...
Shut up! God forbid you lose.
robnoerr! Brian Shapiro?
It's a pretty good dance.
Brian Shapiro. Jay
Now, I think it's pretty funny. A little bit of harmless fun. Like, I don't, and of course, as you would predict, you know what the predictable results are going to be. Brian can't help. So I said the following. I said, a little self-depreciation. I said, I notice I'm the only one wearing a shirt. This is a real wake-up call. That's sort of making fun of myself, right? And then Brian responds to me and says, I would challenge you in a 3-round real fight. No cartoons in Vegas. All money going to charity. You or Andrew? Yes or no, chubby? Andrew's like, why would I give the money to charity? It should come to me. I had the correct response, though, which was maybe. Where's it at? Why don't I see it? Oh, here it is. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to fight a real life radio host. It's crazy. right? And so then I also mentioned there's another reason, right? Given Brian's track record, I said, this sounds like another ploy by Brian to try to see my penis. All of a sudden it'll be like, why don't we weigh in? Like, let's take our pants off to weigh in. You know, maybe we could oil up and wrestle or something. No, thanks, Brian. I'm good. Happily married. And then Brian's response I saw that he had here was, I never wanted to see your penis. I stated you have not seen it in decades. I challenge you to 3 rounds in the ring, you slob. You obviously won't do it because you're a coward. So I thought what we would do is, well, let's go to the receipts. His claim is he never asked to see my penis. He just said, I haven't seen my penis. Now, I don't have this clip, to be honest. I don't have it. Somewhere out there is the clip. But I don't have it. But what I do have is the next best thing. You see, I have a great editor. His name's Black Elk. And he put together a little segment we call Stretching the Limits. And in that is the clip. And so I'll leave you be the judge. So let's watch some of Rob Shapiro and Stretching the Limits, shall we? I just can't get over how cool, smart, articulate, charismatic, and just damn right likable Brian Shapiro is. And for him to have graced my show with his presence so many times, I can't tell you how much of an influence it's starting to have on me. So I just want to take a minute, everyone. I want you to take a minute and look at that. That's what a real man is. That's what we should all aspire to. That's what a real political commentator looks like. And so I've been thinking, I've really been trying to get my life in order. And I was like, should I go to church more? Should I read more? Should I start working out? But then I realized what the key to success is. And so, ladies and gentlemen, inspired by a great friend of the show, Brian Shapiro, Rob. Now, I'm a syndicated radio host. I'm trying to be a syndicated radio host. And what I've decided is to move out of the second floor of my attic.
Your attic?
That's what I've done. Rob. Rob. And I've realized people like me. You know what it's called? Respect.
Got something to do with respect.
That's what it's called. Respect. People respect me.
Respect.
I was on Tim Pool's show the other day. All the people are there talking to me. Want to know why? A little something called respect. Show me your penis. Show me your penis. Respect. What? All right. There we have the first. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to listen in slow motion. It sounds like he says, show your penis. His claim is, as you can see here, he doesn't say that. He says, I stated that you have not seen your penis in decades. So I'll let you be the decider. Respect. Show me your penis. Okay, you ready? Let's slow her down. Half speed. Here we go.
Show your penis.
Show. Let's hear it again. Show me your penis.
Show your penis.
Show me your. Sounded to me like he said, show your penis. That's what it sounded like. Huh. But he said he didn't say that. He said you haven't seen it in decades. Now, what I'm going to do is get my editor, Black Elk, to send me the clip of that. I'll find it. And then we'll look at it tomorrow or whatever, like a minute before and after, just to make sure. We'll get to the bottom of this. Now, what I'm concerned about is I think Penisgate's going to explode here. That's what I think. I think Penisgate's going to explode. It's bad enough he asked to see my penis. That's bad enough. But now he's denying it. I just don't know the lengths this man will go to. Let's hear. It's at the end. He is so well respected.
You show your penis, Rob.
No, Ginger GM, you don't want to. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you. I think Brian Shapiro asked to see my penis. That's what I think. That's what it sounded like to me. Let's put a poll up. Did Brian Shapiro ask to see my penis? My goodness. What a scandal. An absolute scandal. I know you're watching, Brian. Go ahead and vote. We'll leave the poll up there. Go ahead. Your voice matters. Again, let's hear it again. He is so well respected.
You show your penis, Rob.
You people. One more time. It's one of the biggest political scandals I've ever seen. Listen carefully. Let's slow it down a little more. 0.25 speed. Are you ready? Listen carefully before you decide, before you vote. You ready? Is so well respected.
Show your penis, Rob.
Sounded like show your penis, Rob. Now, you may have thought, he's not really trying to see your penis. It's just a little joke, a little jab, right? But then why deny it? See, the denial of the obvious ask implies that it was a serious ask. He was actually asking me. Because if it was a joke, you'd be like, oh, it's joking around. But no, he's denying it when we could all see the evidence, which now I'm skeptical. I would have thought it was just a joke. Now I think the guy's really trying to see my penis. It's denial that's really creeped me out here. So I don't know. Now he's like, let's get in the ring together. I'm just saying, it sounds like that one potentiality is the man's just doing whatever he can to get closer in proximity to my penis, whether it be in a boxing ring, the second floor of my attic, whatever it may be. And I got to be honest, I'm not down with it. I'm happily married, heterosexual man. That, Hey, Rob, do you want to box? We can box. Maybe you want to, get together and play some Magic the Gathering or whatever. We could sit close to each other, wear some short shorts. I'm good. Thank you. It's a little concerning. All right, let's see how the poll did. Maybe. What am I doing? Go away. Final results of the poll. Maybe. We got 84 votes, 98%. Say yes, Brian Shapiro asked to see my penis. Stop it! Brian voted twice. He voted yes and no. It's a little troubling. A little bit troubling. The audience has spoken. Now, I don't mind. I would play a game of Magic the Gathering, but now that I said that I think people were trying to goad me into Magic the Gathering to see my penis, I will not accept your offer. It's a little disconcerting. Now I go through life and I'm like, I don't know. Rob, come down to DebateCon. We need you in room 3. I'm going to walk in and all of a sudden the door closes behind me. Then in the corner, turns around Brian Shapiro. How you doing, Rob? Why don't you have a seat? No! No! That's true. He didn't try asking nicely. The answer would still be no, but my goodness. The reverse Hanson. Why don't you have a seat? Have some Kool-Aid. No! Oh, man. Poor Brian. Poor Brian Shapiro. Oh, man. Oh. It's all fun. Good fun. Let's see here. Sorry, I was reading something there. So there we go. Do the fight bare knuckle. In all seriousness, when it comes to like let's fight, let's box, I will never do it with anyone. I don't care if it's fucking someone who I 100% know would have zero chance with me. I think it's stupid. It's pathetic. That's what I think. I didn't like the debate. Let's fight. Let's box. I'm good. I'll rage bait the motherfuckers. Go ahead. You keep wishing. You keep talking about it. Fair enough for me. Don't bother me in the least. But that goes doubly with such an impressive man like Brian Shapiro, who really wants to see my penis. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good, thanks. More super chats. Until Rob $5 says, or did Line Brian say, Rob, show me you're the meanest? I think the evidence is pretty conclusive. Bat Fricker $10 says, I'll take the Penance Martyr for 200, Trebek. It's a good one. Hellstorm $10 says, epic bait, Rob. Brian's never seen a poll he didn't want to do something with. Something to do with. Now, the funny part about all this is like it's kind of just a little funny joke. No, I know the frustrator. It's not mine. I've told that story. I love the frustrator. My buddy that does MMA, that's his nickname. Oh, wait a minute. We may have a development. 1 second. X has been really screwing with me lately. I don't know why. I think my editor sent me, I'm assuming this is a bigger clip. Here we go. All right, here we are. Oh boy. You ready? Judge for yourself. Here we go. Oh, it'd help if I had the audio, huh? That's sort of necessary. Here we go. Allegedly, as you were taking that woman's money, is that what you said to her? Why don't you show me your tits? Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that you gave to that woman? Is that some of it?
You went personal with me when you lose a debate.
What? I didn't hear him say, you haven't seen your penis in decades. That's not what it sounded like to me. Let's hear it again. Tits? We'll slow her down. Maybe. Let's not leave me slow down. Oh, well. Is that what you said?
Show your penis, Rob.
Is that what you said?
Show
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob. Show your penis, Rob.
Is that what you said?
Show
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob.
Is that what you said?
Show
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob.
Uh-huh. I mean, show your penis, Rob. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, my goodness. All right. I got a plan. Let's see. Uh-huh. All right. Ooh, wow. All right, give me a second. So we're doing, I'm going to see if I can edit it down, enhance. That's what we're going to try to do. Editing, enhancing. Let's see. Edit with this. Let's try. What I want to do is just extract that audio. I should probably leave it up to Black Elk. I'll just dick around a bunch here, and no pun intended. No, I don't want to see what's new. Go away. Okay, let's try here. Here, we'll try to screen share what we're doing here. Maybe it'll be exciting for you all. All right. All right. Okay. Allegedly, as you were taking that woman's money, is that what you said to her? Why don't you show me? Okay. Your tits? Is that what you said? What you said?
Show
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob.
Okay. What you said?
Show
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob.
Now, what I need is if I could edit my voice out. I don't know if that's possible. You
You
said?
sell
Is
your
that
penis,
something?
Rob.
Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good as I could do. All right. Let's remove that. Now, go back over here. Save. File name. Okay. To OneDrive. No, let's just do videos. I'll deal with this later. Here's ultimately what I would like to do is see if I can clip out that audio and then make it a song. If we could get like a techno beat to it or something like that, I think it'd be nice. I think that's a great grift. We'd have people pay for the Brian has to see Rob's penis song. Yeah, a remix, if you will. Yes. I don't know. We'll get on it. We will. I promise. I'll get my top people on it. We'll see what can happen. Maybe. What? You guys are gonna shit. I think that. Yes, wait. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited. No. That didn't work. Okay. Now wait. Oh my goodness. If this works, dude, I'm gonna flip out if this works. There's no way. I gotta work on it, but All right, you want to hear what it came up with? It's not good. It's not good, but this is. So I tried to import the audio into Suno. Here's what we came up with. You ready?
Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that you showed your team? Show them! Show them! Show them!
So that's what I got so far.
Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged...
I know I'm supposed to be streaming, but oh my goodness. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. We're trying. I'm really trying here. I'm learning. Was I rated? I don't think so. If I was rated, I apologize. Penisgate is. It's just erecting all sorts of problems here for the channel. Okay. Okay. So I got the sample. So I think I found the sample here. So that's the sample I'm using. Drop here to replace. Oh, no, I screwed that up. Alleged abuse the...
Show your penis, Rob.
Okay. Sample good. Another song. Okay. See what happens. No. We don't want these lyrics, though. No. See, I'm glad we got people on it. I got people more technical than me.
Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged...
No. That's no good. Okay. Mashup, no. Okay. We got this.
Show your penis, Rob.
Okay. We got that. Selection. Got it. All right. Lyrics, good. Style. Lyrics mode, no. All right, let's try that. Someone can figure this out. There's got to be a way. All right, let's see what they came up with here. It doesn't get it. Try this one. No, it just doesn't work. All right. How can I, if I could save this? No. I don't want to keep it. Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that?
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that?
Where there's a.
Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that? Is that some of the? Okay, we got the sample. Alleged abuse that? Is that what you said? Is that some of the? It's gonna be. Is that what you said? Can't use that. Yeah. Yeah, it's me. Yep, it's me. Whee! Yeah, it's me. Yeah, I gotta recognizing my voice here. Here we go. Yeah. Whee! What did it say? Time's up. Submit. Rob. How did I get on this? I lost like 30 viewers. I'm sorry. We're at the end of the night anyways. This to me is real work for the channel. It didn't sound like you said the phrase. Shit! Screw it. To do it some other night. I'm going to figure it out. We're going to get a Brian Shapiro Show Your Penis Rob song. We're going to get it. I'm committed. I'm committed to finding a way to making this work. It will happen. We'll show him. Ah, what a stream. Well, we'll get it. I just want like a groovy techno beat, and then like every 20 seconds it's just show us your penis, Rob. Boom, 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 boom. Show your penis, Rob. Boom, 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 boom. It's like 2 minutes. Great. It's a hit. That's got to be techno. I just feel that techno's the right genre. Ah, he's so salty. It's so good. So good. All right. Do I owe any dumb whip songs? I think I owe one. One whip song tonight. I could manage that. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I will be doing the Extravaganza. But instead of immediately streaming, I won't be. It'll be like 10 o'clock. Because I do have some... I actually have... Before I do the stupid whip stuff, I actually have two serious things to talk about. Penis jokes aside. My mom, if you could please say a prayer for her. She has a doctor appointment tomorrow. It's nothing serious. It's outpatient stuff. But still, you know how it is. Anytime you go in for a doctor appointment and there's any procedures, anything could happen. So please, if you'd say a prayer for my mom, I would very much appreciate it. She has an appointment early in the morning, and then my wife and I are going to take her out to dinner after the Extravaganza. So, and then, those of you that have followed me for a while know that my former job was working with adults with developmental disabilities. I primarily worked with one individual for 14 years. I worked with a lot of other people, but day in, day out, 50, 60 hours a week, I was with one guy. And the reason that I left that job to this job in the first place was he was having significant health problems. And he's done better. He's been recovering. I still go routinely and hang out with that person. He has received some bad medical news. That's all I'll say about it. But it's not an immediate like life and death thing, but it is negative that it'll inevitably severely impact in a very, very rapid and serious way. And so if you could say a prayer for him, he's really special to me. He's a great guy, and I know he's going through a challenging time. But obviously there are medical privacy concerns and everything, so I can't say much. But I would appreciate any prayers you could send his way. So, but he's a great guy, and I think he'll be in as good a spirits as you could hope. So, all right, one stupid whip song tonight. Whoopee! Oh wow. Gregorian. Oh. That sounds fun. None of them sound fun to me anymore.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where is the way?
did it. We did it. I do have one more thing to show you. $100 whip song. If you don't get me in tonight, that's okay. I have one more thing to show you. I am obsessed. I am absolutely obsessed with this guy, Darkside Phil. I don't know if you guys know this guy. Now, I'd heard of this guy a while ago, right? And he's like some video game streamer or whatever. He just seemed like, I don't know if there were like controversies about him or something, or it's just drama, whatever it may have been. But I knew he existed, right? And now I keep getting these clips that come up, and I can't stop laughing. Now, the gist is, this guy is like just the worst video game player in the world, from what I understand. And I can't stop laughing my ass off just watching this stuff. And I don't know if he's pretending, if it's all an act. My goodness, it is unbelievable amazingness. So now here's a game I know, right? So he's gonna be playing. This is Pokemon Fire Red, which is just the first Pokemon, right? It's just the first Pokemon game, except it's updated with a little more graphics. Now this is, if you've ever played Pokemon, this is the second gym. Now, I don't remember even remotely struggling when I was like 14 and Pokemon came out, right? I don't remember remotely struggling except maybe 1 or 2 points towards the end of the game. He's at the second gym. Let's watch Darkside. I don't know what it is. It's just it makes me it just brings me such enjoyment. Here we go.
It cheated again. I lost again because it's a critical hit. It does double damage, and I lose the character I need to win. I'm not going to win again. It literally cheated exactly the same way again. It keeps doing critical hits for no reason.
It's cheating!
It's completely fucking stupid. There's nothing you can do. Like, what did I do wrong? Absolutely nothing. The game cheats and has critical hits and confusion and stuff. It always has the advantage on you. It gets every rare chance hits for the computer only. Like, what did I do wrong? Nothing. I have the right Pokemon to win the fight, but when you critical hit and when you confuse me with one hit, I can't win. So I just got to go grind more. There's nothing that can be done.
12-year-olds have been beating the shit out of this game for 30 years, and he's like, there's no way to win. That's it. The game cheats. It always... Oh, my goodness. It's just so good. He seems like the most miserable guy in the world. He just seems miserable. I have nothing to say about him like as a moral person. I don't know. He might be the nicest guy in the world. I don't know or care. Just to watch this poor son of a bitch struggle every time he plays a game. I don't know. I don't know why donations aren't coming in. The game's cheating. I don't... It's just hilarious to me. And some of the games I'm like, well, I don't know this game. You know, like I saw him playing the new Resident Evil. Maybe it's really tough. Maybe I would do shitty. But I know I could win Pokemon pretty easy. Oh my goodness. People were saying raid him. Is he streaming now? Let's see. Is this him? DSP Street Fighter 6 Honda? Is that him? Someone check if that's... Yeah, you guys be nice. Don't be like getting in trouble if we raid over. But I'll check. We'll give him a raid if we can. Oh yeah. He's got 1,500 people watching. He's crushing it. All right. Okay. Are we good? We good with all the donations and everything? I hope so. Thank you so much. We lose tonight. We lose with the donos. Darkside Phil's going to beat me. This jerk, Austin Hall, he wins tonight. What a bastard. 357. Highly unreasonable. We had Penis Gate. Yeah, we covered some debate stuff. It was fun. I had a fun stream. Tomorrow night, around 10 o'clock, we'll be streaming. That's the plan. So, heading out tonight. Thank you so much, my editor, Black Elk. Thanks to Avarice. Thanks to all of my great moderators. No! That's fair. He's earned it. Check DSP beats the allegations. 10-year rabbit hole. No shit. It's like, oh, my mouse stopped working. What's going on? Now it's making Wade's message stay up there. There we go. All right, there we go. All right. I'll be on the Extravaganza again tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on the Crucible's Rumble channel. Then I'll be here around 10 p.m. Eastern. Appreciate all the prayers as well for my family. Thanks everyone who donated, everyone who liked the stream. All of that good stuff. Check memes on Discord. Oh, that's very good. It's very good. I'll have to download that and we'll put it up. So, all right. Take a moment out. I want you just for 1 minute before you go have fun on Darkside Phil's stream. Take a moment to remember the memory of Charlie Kirk. How they cheered on his assassination, made fun of his family, made fun of him. Never forget what the stakes are. God bless Charlie and his family. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.